Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
It's been a whole year of them telling me not to do this. But do I listen to anybody? Ask my wife. I don't listen to anybody. We're here to party. It is the 1-year anniversary. Let's rock and roll. This is what I'm talking about. MAGGCAST is live. Let's go. This is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the 1-year anniversary of Mag Show. What can I say, ladies and gentlemen? We're here to party. And oh, by the way, before we even get anything started, first of all, look at all these beautiful faces that I see in this chat already. Thank you. And I see all the congratulations coming in the chat already. Thank you guys so much for all the support, because I got to tell you, I couldn't have done any of this without any of you. You know what I'm saying? That's right. For Gondor. We're doing it for Gondor, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, just so you guys know, I had to remove... You guys want to hear something funny? I had to remove the Mortal Kombat sound bite that I had or whatever, my sound clip. And the reason for that... I woke up the next day, whatever, after MAGGCAST, and I get up and I get a notification on my phone. I'm like, new email. I'm like, all right, let me see this email. So I go check the email, and it says, you got a copyright strike against you for using... You got a copyright strike against you... for using the Mortal Kombat theme. Yeah! Can you imagine that? That's how I woke up on Wednesday morning. Excuse me. I was so pissed. I was so unhappy. But it doesn't matter. So I removed it and I replaced it with something else. So why not? You know why? Because we're fun and we're gonna have a good time.
The meatloaf! Fuck!
The meatloaf! Let's get it going! Tomfoolery. Oh, yes, K-Rock. 1 year of his tomfoolery. Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, before we even get started in this party, I got to tell you something.
Donation.
Grumpy Old Fart comes right in, right away. I'm not even 3 minutes on the air, ladies and gentlemen. And already, Grumpy Old Fart has dropped a $150 super chat. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. You get that? You're going to get that? You're going to even get... a rare achievement. Grumpy Old Fart, you are absolutely out of your mind, man. Thank you so much, brother. Everybody say thank you to this man. And he says, Grumpy Old Fart for $150 says, thank you so much, brother. He says, happy 1-year anniversary. Treat yourself with Lego Batman. Lego Batman. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Legacy of the Dark Knight as a gift. Unbelievable. All my love to the maggots in the chat, to Mag, of course, and all the viewers that can make this possible. Dude, you are absolutely making my heart sing tonight, man. And listen, dude, your support has been nothing short of legendary. It's been unbelievable. Got my Pride Cup ready for Magnum as soon as he decides to show up. Thank you so much, Grumpy Old Fart. And hey, guys, this only benefits all of you. You know why? Because every time that Grumpy Old Fart buys me a game for this channel, guess what happens? I stream it live here on the channel for all of us to be able to play. He is a legend. Look at the chat. The chat's going out of control. Look at it. They're like, you're a legend. Grumpy Old Fart. And then you got Ben Angelo. What a legend. He is a legend. And listen, all the streaming that you guys are going to be seeing, whether it was Code Violet, whether it's going to be Resident Evil Requiem, which also he donated to the channel. He's got 007 is coming to this channel as well, courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart. And on top of that, first of all, he has the best name. And on top of that, now we have Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Here we go. I know, Matt Rush. Seriously, man. No more Mortal Kombat sounds. God, I was so pissed. Like, I woke up in the next morning, I'm like, doing a 4.5-hour podcast by yourself is a lot, man. It drains the hell out of you, right? And so I get up the next day just destroyed, and I'm like, and I check my phone, and I'm like, really? Really? The whoever owns the rights to Mortal Kombat's theme song? You had to screw over like a small YouTuber who's just trying to do his thing? But whatever, bro. Thank you, Truth. He's saying happy anniversary, brother. Let's go. Sabina's in the house. McLovin. We got all the. Oh, Magnum. He's here. Here, Magnum. Look, just for you, buddy. There's your glass. This is your glass. Cheers to you. I'll take a nice obnoxious sip like that chick from the Intergalactic game. I'm still playing the game. I don't care what anybody talks about. Okay. So speaking of games. Now that it's come up in Ion Storm, how you doing, buddy? Phantom in the house, Matt Rush, yeah. Literal table. We haven't played in a while. Just Dave. You're not just Dave. You're a great Dave. You're not just Dave. And Grumpy. Grandpa. Dude, listen, man. It's not because I'm old. Because it's the same shit. It's hard to say. We got Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat and Grumpy Old Fart. Whenever I see it, like when it's scrolling like in the live feed or whatever, it is so hard to distinguish between the two names that I get it confused all the time. So I'm just like Grumpy Old Grandpa, Grumpy Old Barbecue, and then I'm like Barbecue Fart, and I'm like, I get it all mixed up. It's insane, man. It's absolutely insane. Magnum, it's your glass. You bought it for me. You sent it to me. That's a fact, by the way. He sent it from Australia. Courtesy of Amazon. How are my mods out there? Everybody happy? McLovin in the house. He's saying, you could drink from me, Mag. I'm a year and a month sober today. Congratulations, brother. I appreciate that. Lav is counting down the days of Resident Evil Requiem. We are going to talk about that game in a little bit. We're going to talk about that. RPG comes in, a member of 7 months. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. And he says, happy 1 year, maggots. Thank you so much. Yes, happy 1 year. And I got to tell you, it's been a hell of a year, man. 2025 was a hard year outside of YouTube. And YouTube is hard work. It really is. I mean, I know I'm just an asshole with a mic, but there's a lot that goes into this, right? And like when I first sat down and did my first video, I didn't know what I was doing. And I mean, fast forward to today, I kind of still don't know what I'm doing, but I'm a hell of a lot better at it. And so I'm getting better as time goes on, and that's how these things go, right? But I got to tell you, man, outside of YouTube and outside of this community that's been nothing short of absolutely magnificent, it was a hard year, man. But I got to say, one of the shining parts of this, of all of 2025 was not only that I've got my family and everybody else, and everybody's happy and healthy and safe and alive, as I almost lost my wife, for God's sake. But either way, I didn't lose my wife, so she's still with us. That's a solid start, right? But I got to tell you, the shining moment of 2025 was all of you. And I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. Because I couldn't have done any of this without you guys. What's up, Bernie? Aero Nation in the house? And speaking of Aero Nation, here he comes. He's getting one too. There we go. And Aero Nation drops a $50 super chat. Thank you, my brother. Where's the meatloaf? There's the meatloaf. That's what I'm talking about. Aero Nation drops a $50 super chat and it says, for you and the other maggots that help me make content again. Oh, dude. Oh, that's so awesome to hear. Put this towards your copy of Forza. Love this community. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. And Aero Nation, listen, man. You know what it is at the end of the day? You got to think about it this way. Don't worry. We're going to get into game talk in a minute, okay, folks? We're just having some emotional moments. I'm Italian. This is kind of what we do. We're emotional people. Even though I'm still small now, doing this thing, if I can, and I know I have, Ion Storm's another one, Aero Nation's another one, and then a couple of other guys out there too are also starting to get back into it. Great Waz getting into it. And what I'm talking about here is that even if someone as small as me, at least for now, I have big goals, baby. Just like B.I.G. said, I got big plans. Big plans. If I can inspire even just one person, 2 people, whatever, 3 people, 5 people, however many people it is, if I can inspire other people to pick up the microphone and tell everybody your truth and your feelings and your thoughts about this passion of ours, this is exactly what we should be doing. We should all be lifting each other up. Hell with the legacy media. Their time is over. Okay? John Cena, our time is now. This is our time. This is our time. The Goonies. Remember the Goonies when they're in the bottom of the well? This is our time. Our time down here. This is our time. That's exactly what this is. And this space that we're in now, we're the media now. Look at me. I'm the media now. Okay, we're the media now. They're done. They're done. CNBC, who's watching that shit? Nobody. CNN, verge of bankruptcy. Done. Goodbye. It's YouTube. It's all of us. It's the individual voice. And you know why? I'll tell you why. And this is important in video games too, that we're going to talk about this a little bit. It's important in video games as well because in the video game space, we trust each other when it comes to games, right? Like, for example, if I get a game or whatever, and I'm streaming the game and people come to watch that. You know how many, by the way, do you know how many people came to watch me play Code Violet? Almost 2,000 people. What's up, D? Brandon? Street, I see you, brother. I see you. Almost 2,000 people came to watch me play Code Violet, and it's not only just for morbid curiosity. Let's say, I mean, that's got a lot to do with it. But I mean, at the same time, it's also because I would feel. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You just tell me I'm wrong. But I have a feeling to be like, you know what? I want to check this game out. Let me see Mag play it. Maybe you trust my opinion. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Whatever. But I do that with other YouTubers as well. Like, I go check out someone else's content because I want to see if I agree with them or disagree with them or whatever. And a lot of people I trust. You know, like for example, Mr. Boomstick XL, like, good friend of mine. Go check him out. You know who he is. And so, like, you know, the thing is, like him and I have the same taste in gaming. So sometimes, you know, we message each other outside of like Twitter and stuff. Like in the real world, like we know each other's names, and you know what I mean. We talk on the phone and stuff like that. We call each other once in a while. And anyways, the point is that his taste in video games are almost I would say about 95% identical to mine. So when something comes out or whatever, we talk about it. I'm like, dude, what'd you think about this and that? And you know. Or he'll ask me and it'd be like, what did you think about this? And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's awesome or whatever. And then, or you know what I mean? And so like you trust each other. And I think that that's why this medium has become so popular. Like I said, I mean, I'm making it sound like YouTube just got popular, but I'm saying it's gaining even more momentum as time goes on. Same thing with movies, TV shows, stuff like that. People don't go to the media anymore because they don't trust them. And I don't blame them because they usually have some ulterior motive or some message or some bullshit. I'm not going to get into any of that stuff. But what I am going to say is that we trust each other because we're not working for somebody else. So why would I have any reason to be untruthful? You know what I'm saying? Like some people still call me a grifter and all this bullshit. Fuck those guys. You know what I mean? Like those guys are losers.
Yeah!
That's right. Avada Kedavra them right into the pits of hell. But anyways, they still say stupid things like that, but I'm like, who am I trying to impress? Nope. Can't find anybody. It's just me. So I'm going to tell my opinion, my truth, and whatever, and I tell it straight. You guys know I don't bullshit. I just tell it exactly like it is. The reason why people say things like that about me is because they don't know, or not that they don't know me. It's because they don't like what I have to say. So stupid people generally will dislike other people because it doesn't fit what they like or what they want to hear. They'd rather have their heads up their own ass with echo chambers and all this other kind of stuff. That's not how we roll here, and we know that. You know, but anyways, that's besides the point. The point is that YouTube, Twitter, maybe not so much Twitter, but YouTube, even Twitch, stuff like that. I don't know, those other ones like Kick and Rumble and all that kind of stuff. When people are talking out there, or whatever, and they're doing their thing, I think that more people not only feel comfortable, but they also sort of see themselves in some of these people because, like, at the same time, we're just regular people. I don't work for IGN. I don't work for a multi-million-dollar conglomeration that about video games and stuff like that. No, I'm just a regular guy. I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy here with a microphone, and we're talking about this kind of stuff, right? And so I think that that's why we trust each other as to what's going on. So interesting. I don't know. It's just a side note. Sorry, before we even talk about the games, even the games and stuff. We got some things to talk about tonight, folks. I got a little interesting bit of information that's not from someone from Microsoft, but it's about Microsoft, and I will reveal that information later in the show. It's an interesting little side note. It's from a international distributor. That's all I'm going to say. I will say nothing else. So he does not work for them, but he does do whatever. You guys can kind of catch the drift, all right? But either way. We'll get into that a little bit later. We're going to talk about the Developer Direct and our thoughts and opinions on that. We're going to talk about the release cadences of not only Xbox games this year, but Xbox seems to be out of the big three. They seem to be releasing the most games out of the big three. And we're going to talk about where we think they're going to land and where that could all lead. We're going to talk about GTA 6 and a heartwarming story that actually came out of my hometown of Toronto. We'll talk about that in a little while. I think that was wonderful. Thank you, Panther. I appreciate you, brother. And we got Andy Hart coming in, and he's dropping a £2 super chat. That's British proper money. Thank you so much, my friend. The only real currency in the world is the British pound. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. McLovin, put it in the chat. I want to see it. No, I did not see what Wonky Eyes said. And anyways, and Andy Hart drops that £2 super chat. Thank you, brother. And he goes, would DeBoll be good fit for Buffalo? Who the hell is DeBoll? Oh, the coach. Oh, I'm sitting here. I'm like sitting there like, who the hell is DeBoll? Is he like a wide receiver? Is like, who is this guy? Okay, well, he's my age. He looks terrible for 50, by the way. Mind you, if you were the coach of okay, he's coached the New York Giants. I don't know, bro. I mean, he coached the New York Giants. It's not like they did much. At least Sean McDermott. Sorry, we're going to get into football talk for just a second here, folks. At least Sean McDermott actually got the Buffalo Bills to the six divisional championships and 7 appearances in a row to the playoffs. And then you fire the fucking guy? Like, what are we talking about? Ian Storm, the British pound is the only currency in the world. Rambo, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Yeah. Scott Gamer Dude, how you doing, buddy? And thank you for the super chat there, Andy Hart. I appreciate you, brother. Literal table, just look it up. It's okay. My dad, hey, DC Steven, how you doing, buddy? Listen, my dad's been a Pats fan since the very beginning. So like, you know, some people kind of joked with him about being a bandwagoner during the Tom Brady years. And I was very quick to point out, I'm like, actually, my dad's been watching Buffalo for 30 years before, sorry, not Buffalo, for New England. My dad was a New England Patriots fan 30 years before Tom Brady even showed up in the NFL. So there is that. Rambo, I'm telling you, like, listen, Bill Belichick is not going to be the new head coach of the Bills. You know why? Because he's too busy banging 20-year-old hot chicks. Good for him, man. Good for him. I'm proud of him. Harry Ballsack, what are you saying? He goes, we're expecting 15 inches of snow this weekend. Where? Where do you live? Don't tell me it's around here, okay? Because I got shit to do this weekend. I don't want to be driving in no snow. Yeah, Drew Bledsoe, he was great. He played for Buffalo as well. Anyways. Let's talk about some video games. So I kind of touched on the Code Violet situation. I want to give you guys my verdict on it. I am going to do a marinated review of Code Violet at the end of this week. Thursday, we've got the Developer Direct here on this channel, so I can't really do it there. And the Developer Direct is smack in the middle of the day, so it's at 1 p.m. So maybe I can get some of the marinated review. Like, I can work on it a little bit. I won't be able to, like, edit it and finish it, but I'll work on the review. And then what I'm thinking from there is I'll do the Developer Direct, and then we're probably going to go into overtime with that. And then Friday morning before I do Friday Night Live, I'll see if I can bang out that marinated review for Code Violet. I'll give you a sneak peek.
Oh!
It's not good.
Yeah!
Magnum, you're going to get 50 inches of mag. North Carolina. Central NC. Are you talking about North Carolina? That's astronomical for this area. Oh, dude, you guys are going to have to call in the army. Z Birdman, how you doing, buddy? Hey, you're actually like talking to the chat. See, guys, you gotta get the history of Z Birdman, okay? Z Birdman loves to listen to the whole show, and then the first time he says hello is at the 3 hour and 45 minute mark. Code Violet. It started off great. I'm not going to lie to you guys, okay? I'm just telling you my thought process here. And I know a lot of you people were in the chat and you guys got to check it out and whatever else. But I got to tell you, man, like the first stream that I did, which is what, 3.5 hours, whatever the hell it was, 4 hours. And the game was great. It played well. The graphics were good. The frame rates held steady. The gunplay was good. I only had one glitch, and the glitch was a good glitch. It was the glitch where the camera kind of panned down, and it literally just, the whole screen was her ass. You know what I mean? So, like, that was really funny. And it went on for about 10 minutes. And it was just her ass for 10 minutes.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Lav, we'll touch on the Forza Horizon thing a little bit later when I talk about the developer direct. Yes. Expert, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while. Oh shit, I almost didn't see that. My goodness, holy crap-a-holy. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Seth Monsters coming in like the monster that he is. Woo! My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, we're going to be drinking later, okay? So, get your drinking tummy ready, okay? We're gonna party. Seth Monster comes in and drops a $100 super chat. My goodness. Thank you so much, brother. You've been there from the beginning, man. You've been there from the beginning. And like I said, I can't do it without you. Unbelievable. And he says for $100, he says, tag a couple of zeros on the year one, on the 1 year, excuse me. Congrats to, Jesus Christ, I can't even read now. Let's start again. Tag a couple of zeros on the 1 year. Congrats to you and our fabulous community. Dude.
Maggot.
That's right. Get in there and fight, maggots. Anyone who is not on the Discord are missing half the action. That is also true. Listen, if you're a channel member, you get in that Discord. It's a lot of fun, man. He goes, there is a vibrant community full of support. Ortiz's people are doing all kinds of fun projects and collaborating. Yes. Ortiz, am I missing something? Either way. Thank you so much, Seth Monster. You are a monster. You're going to get another rare achievement as well, man. That's unbelievable. Glinzer, how you doing, bud? Thank you, X-Burk, for catching that, dude. Like, the chat kind of moved real quick on me here, and I looked up, and I was like, oh, no, I almost missed it. Yeah, Seth Monster, thank you, brother. That's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Booyakash! Booyakasha! What a name. Run tell that Booyakasha! He says you need to do a 1 year anniversary every day. Oh my god. So I want to tell you guys about, very quickly before we go back to Code Violet. The reason why it kind of came up is because of course, these unbelievable super chats that have been coming in from the community. And you're not an idiot, Seth Monsters. You're amazing. My next investment is I'm going to be buying a new camera for the channel. So I have a good camera, but it's not good enough, in my opinion. I'm finding it to be a little bit... shall we say inconsistent? Sometimes it looks fabulous. Sometimes the colors get washed out. Sometimes it just the settings just change. Sometimes it's too bright, it's too dim, and sometimes it looks grainy. Sometimes it's 4K like it's supposed to fucking be, and whatever. And I'm just like, no, I can't do this. So I spoke to my brother, who is a music producer, and he knows everything. He goes, oh, this shit, right? He's got all these cameras, and he's the one who got me my studio lights and all that stuff and whatever else, and he's also the one who guided me towards my Volt 2 audio interface. He's also the one who guided me towards this absolutely gorgeous microphone, the Shure 7B studio mic, and all that jazz. And now he is currently working on getting me a new camera, which is going to be a series. Yeah, that actually, funny, Matt Rush, it is a Sony cam. It's a Sony camera, yes. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. It's not like I'm taking any money that someone sends to this channel, be like, well, let me just put it in my pocket so I can go buy myself a Sea-Doo or some stupid shit like that. Like, no. All of this goes back into this channel. And the thing is, and I know some content creators who are listening to this, y'all know how expensive this shit is. And I could absolutely tell you, like, for example, Just the microphone, and this is not like some kind of a, this is not kind of, I'm just trying to give you guys an idea. It's not some kind of weird flex or something. Just to give you an idea of how expensive all this shit is. Never mind a PC that you guys know costs, upwards of $1,000 to way more than that, thousands of dollars, whatever. And then you've got monitors. I have to have 3 of them going at the same time. Those cost money. Cameras cost a lot of money. The microphone and the audio interface were $1,000. Just for the microphone and the audio interface with the XLR cables and all that shit, or whatever. And it's insane how expensive it is to just even launch something proper. The desk that I got, and then on top of that, don't forget you've got to buy the games, which of course Grumpy Old Fart seems to be doing a magnificent job for me, which is unbelievable. The games are $100 now, at least for me, up here. And, you got to stay on top of this stuff. Otherwise, what are you going to talk about? If you're not buying games or if you're not on Game Pass or whatever the hell you're doing, right? You got to get all those games. You got to buy the consoles. You need the hardware. I got a Switch 2 that's sitting right here. I've never fucking used it. And I love it. But I still don't. I just like looking at it. But I don't use it. But the thing is, I use it a little bit. I tried Donkey Kong and, what's it called? It's mostly for my kids. The hell's it called? Mario Kart World, Universe, whatever the frig it's called. So I played those 2. I played Mario Odyssey, I think it was. And my kids like to play Mario Party on it and stuff like that. However, what I'm doing, and we're going to talk about the Switch 2 a little bit later, and the emergence of third party that's coming with Switch. But the interesting thing about the Switch is you got to be on top of this stuff, because if all of a sudden we decide to have conversations about Switch, well, I think it would be pretty disingenuous if I am yapping away about Switch and I don't even fucking own one. Or I shouldn't even be talking about video games unless I'm playing a lot of them. And I'm not going to attack any content creators out there, but I can absolutely tell you this. And I know you guys know because you're not stupid. I know you're not stupid. You know who plays games and who doesn't. And then you know who's genuine and who's not. And I think that ties into the conversation we started the show with. Right? Where you get into that conversation where you're like, do I really trust this guy? Because he doesn't really play anything. You know what I mean? Or it's like, well, he doesn't even own an Xbox. Or he doesn't own a PlayStation. Or he doesn't own a PC. Or he doesn't own a Switch or whatever. And it's like, then they start talking about it and I'm like, well, are you really in the... You know what I'm saying? Are you really the authority to be talking about, I don't know, a PlayStation game? You don't even own a PS5? Or you're shitting all over Xbox Game Pass, but you don't even own an Xbox? Now, I don't have Game Pass anymore. I canceled it. There's no way I'm paying $40 a month. That is absolutely ludicrous. We are getting totally ripped off here in Canada in that regard. And of course, you can't do the thing where if you buy 12 months, it's cheaper, this and that. Now, Grumpy Old Fart has actually gifted me a month of Game Pass Ultimate, which I will utilize this year. And I will strategically use it, right? However, the point is that I stopped doing that. It's $480 a year in Canada. Are you out of your fucking mind? Right? I mean, for me, that's crazy. So, but it doesn't matter. I can talk about Game Pass. Why? Because I was subscribed to it for 7 years. So I still was a part of the ecosystem up until recently. I'm like, nope, forget it. At this point, when it comes to Xbox games, I will buy them and happily buy them if they're awesome. For example, I really liked South of Midnight. I'm going to buy South of Midnight on the Switch. I think it's a perfect Switch game. And I really, really like the game. It was my favorite Xbox game of 2025. I know that sounds weird for some people, but it really was. It was my favorite game. I liked it better than Doom. And I thought that South of Midnight was a fantastic game. And so I'm going to buy it on the Switch. No problem. I have no problem dropping $40 or whatever it's going to be, $50, probably $40 on the Switch. Right? I'll buy it. I have no problem doing that. And then you guys know my whole story. I already told you my whole story with the other stuff, with... I game share with my wife. She wants to play Gears. She wants to play Halo. She doesn't want to play Forza. So Forza, I will be playing on the Xbox exclusively because I'm not buying that for PlayStation. So I will be playing Forza on my Xbox. So Xbox community, rejoice. You'll see this stupid face on there almost every day, racing and dusting your asses. And let me tell you something. I race dirty, eh? So don't get all fucking high and mighty with me, okay? I'll tell you right now. I race dirty. Yeah. I race dirty. If we're hitting a turn and you're on the outside, I'm on the inside, dude, I'm bashing you into the friggin' stands. So stay away from me. I'll tell you that right now. That's the way I race. I had some guys like when I was playing Forza Horizon 5 like a couple of years ago, and they're like, "You look at the," and I'm like, dude, it's an arcade racer, man. And these guys are like trying to stay in their lanes and stuff, and I'm like, what is this? It's not real life. It's just an arcade racer. What's the matter with you? Fuck you! I'm gonna blow you right off the road. You're gonna end up, flying through the air, and the hood of your car is gonna land into Mount Yotei. Anyways, the other games, though, I'm going to buy on my PlayStation. Who cares? I don't care. I'll pay full price for those games. I'm going to buy Gears Z-Day. I'm going to buy Halo. I'm going to buy Call of Duty. I'm going to buy Fable, 100%. But anyway, that's just the way it's going to be. But anyway. And before we carry on, and we still have to get back to Code Violet. Don't think I forgot about that, okay? We're just Tarantinoing the story. We're going around in a big circle, and then we're coming around, and we're coming back in, and then we're going to talk about Code Violet. Okay? We'll get back to it. But we got McLovin coming in, dropping a $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. And he says, here's to the new camera. Thanks you, buddy. He goes, also, that idiot Bezos said the future of gaming is renting the tech to play and owning none of the hardware. Yeah, well, that's exactly what all these guys want. You know why they want that? Thank you, McLovin. I appreciate you, brother. Pundo, thank you so much for the congratulations, brother. I appreciate you. I will tell you exactly why they want that. It's cheaper for them in the long run, right? But it's also about control. It's about control and licensing. And this is something that's very important. And you know what? The thing is, people can say all they want. The problem is they're already doing it to us. And a lot of people don't even see it happening. And it's kind of funny because the convenience of it. And this actually is going to tie into Xbox. This is going to tie into music, movies, television, the whole 9 yards. Thank you for bringing that up, McLovin. I appreciate it, brother. Don't worry. We're going to get back to Code Violet. We're going to get back to it. So, for example, a lot of there's a community out there saying, no. I want to own my games. I'm going to buy my games. I know I want to own it. I want to have the hard copies here, this and that, whatever. Some people do that with movies, right? I want my movies. I have all my movies. I used to have, by the way, just so you guys know, you see these walls here? I used to have 3 times more, like the size of this room. I could fill 3 rooms with DVDs and Blu-rays. I had hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of them between my wife and I. We had a monster collection. And what we did is we transferred them all to hard drives and all that kind of stuff. And then now we just got like a stack of hard drives with all the movies in them. And then we sold those. We sold all of those on Facebook Marketplace and all that, and like eBay and shit like that. So thank you, Soldier. Appreciate you, brother. Dova, what's up? So back to the licensing and renting tech and all that kind of stuff. Yes. So now people are like, oh, no, it's nonsense. I want to own all my games. I want to own all this and blah, blah, blah. That's great. Fine. Good. Right? Here's the problem. You own nothing else, generally speaking. And what I mean by that is that, unfortunately, the same groups of people that say, I want my hardware and this and that, or not my hardware, I want my, I want my software, but I want physical software and all that kind of stuff. Well, you're also listening to most of your music on Spotify, which doesn't belong to you. You're watching a bunch of stuff on YouTube that doesn't belong to you. You're watching movies and television shows on streaming services that don't belong to you. And that's what they want. They want absolute control for various reasons. Let's face it, for various reasons. They can change movies, which they have, by the way. They've changed lines in movies because it sounded too whatever. Didn't fit their political stance or some shit. They've done stuff like that. I know that some people have done like videos. I've watched some of those videos where they go through and they show that like how the studios have changed things. And I'm like, are you for, or else they put that little message in the front like we're a bunch of children and they're like, this reflects a time where they weren't so sensitive about filling the whatever, right? Whatever they talking about, you know, or they have to put warnings that they're smoking in a like, what the fuck is the matter with you? We know what it is. We're not stupid people. We lived through all these different times, and we know how things change over time and whatever. Certain words were used in one day, and all of a sudden, a decade later, it's no longer, it's frowned upon to say some of those things. We all know what those words are. And I'm not talking about racist words. I'm talking about other words, and we know all that stuff. Like those things evolve over time. We're not stupid. You don't have to warn us. Like there's like trigger warnings at the beginning of this. And then they're doing it in video games now. Then that's the thing that I want to talk about. Now they're putting the same shit that they're doing in movies and television. Leave the art alone. You don't have to baby us. We're not stupid. You don't have to baby us and give us trigger warnings at the beginning of old video games because it doesn't reflect modern society, or at least your version of modern society. Right? So it's like, leave it alone. We know. And even kids know. Kids are not stupid either. Kids have a moral compass. They understand the differences between right and wrong. So if they see something and they see something that's not appropriate or whatever, they take it as that. They're not dumb. They don't need trigger warnings. Trigger warnings are for people who want attention on fucking Twitter and on TikTok. You know what I mean? Or Instagram, where they're holding the phone in the car going, and they're crying about this, that, and the other. We don't need that in our video games. We know. My kids are 13 and 10, and they already know. And I've never sat down and had a talk with them. They're not stupid. Like I said, kids are not dumb. People do not give them enough credit. People do not give children enough credit. And my kids don't need trigger warnings. They know the difference. And it's kind of funny to see, like when they see something, like something happens like an old movie, like I'm watching a movie or whatever, something that I grew up with, whatever. And you get into that. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, buddy? And Mr. Evil's in the house. That's what I'm talking about. And he's saying, you're so based, my guy. Much love. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Bobby, how you doing, bud? Yeah, we're going to get back to that. And so the thing is, kids know. And the reason why I went on this rant was not just some random ass rant. This rant is about them having full ownership of the art form that wasn't created by them. They just happen to own it. And that's not how it works. Once it gets into the hand of the consumer now holds that forever. And the problem with them being able to, I know I'm kind of sounding kind of hypocritical here too, because, I buy my games digitally, right? Glinzer, Meat Puppet, how you guys doing? There you go. Glinzer says, Martha is Dead was censored on PlayStation. There you go. Exactly, McLovin. We don't need warnings. So the thing is, at the end of the day, they have all the power and we don't. And the thing is, just like everybody said, like what is the famous saying? You will own nothing and be happy, right? Now, this also ties into the Game Pass situation, and it's creating a situation, by the way, which a lot of people did not have the foresight to look into. But I, on the other hand, now that a Game Pass is approaching 10 years, can you believe it? It's been 10 years. This year, it's going to be 9 years. It came out in 2017. Now, a lot of us watching this show, let's face it, a lot of us in this show, we're older, generally older gamers, okay? I don't think I got 13-year-olds watching the show or 18-year-olds watching the show, right? So the fact that a lot of us are older gamers, a lot of us own a lot of IP well before the quote-unquote rental age of the Xbox ecosystem. Like I've got, I think before Game Pass came out. Now this of course excludes it doesn't exclude third party. When Game Pass came out in 2017, I think I was just around, I'd say about 700 games I own on my Xbox. Remember, I'm a pony, ladies and gentlemen. I own at that time I owned over 700. Probably now, I would think that after a certain period of time, I probably own closer to about 800 games on my Xbox, right? But think about this. Think about someone who's younger than me, okay? And they got into Xbox, let's say 3/4 through the last generation or the beginning of this generation, right? They got into it, whatever. And they've been playing pretty much exclusively Game Pass stuff. They're happy with it. That's great. No one's talking shit about that. And it's like, they're having a good time. This is my money's worth. I enjoy this. Don't really need anything else. And I know a lot of people that do that. And they're happy with that. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. However, you know what's happening to those gamers? All of a sudden, you fast forward now 6, 7 years, 8 years, now 9 years. That gamer is going to look at all those squares in his games and library section and realize one day you'd owned nothing. You see what I mean? It is a war of attrition, ladies and gentlemen. It is a slow burn. It is the long con. You see what's happening? And people don't even realize it's happening. It's like sticking a knife in you 1/4 inch at a time. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, the next thing you know, the whole damn knife is in you after 8 years or whatever. But the thing is now you've actually bred an entire generation of people, an entire group of gamers that don't own anything now. Because the majority of the games that they were playing, they were renting. And like I said, that applies to everything. It's not just Xbox. I'm just saying that. I'm just bringing that up as an example. Look at Spotify. I'm guilty of it too. I have playlists in Spotify, all kinds of shit going on, whatever. I've got all these squares, the Mags dance mix, the Mags this, the Mags heavy metal, whatever, right? The Mags jazz, the Mags opera, whatever I'm listening to. And I listen to a lot of different stuff. All right? And then all of a sudden I come to that realization. I'm like, holy shit. If Spotify decides to just go away, I own nothing. And I'm like, what am I going to listen to? And that's how it ties into video games. So the reason why I brought that up is because McLovin was talking about it. The OA! Hey-o! How you doing, buddy? He has become a magnificent maggot, and as is tradition for any maggot that comes in,
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
welcome to hell. OA, how you doing, bud? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. And then we got Meat Puppet coming in, and he has become a magnificent maggot as well. Thank you so much. That's right, RPG. Thank you so much, Meat Puppet. And hot off the heels of that, Meat Puppet, a member for 4 months, drops a member chat. Thank you so much, buddy. And he says, Mag, 2 things. Not 1, 2. He says, started playing Frontiers of Pandora. Hell yeah. It's good so far. Also, I have 900, god damn it, dude, 953 games and 17 years of Xbox Live-ish. Unbelievable. There you go, Meat Puppet. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I'm glad you brought that up. Because that almost 800 games that I have now on my Xbox are digital. That doesn't include my Xbox 360 days where I was buying all my Xbox games physical, and I would buy 5 or 6 games or whatever. And when I got let's say, or maybe 3 games, and I would beat those 3 games. I would take the games over to GameStop. In those days, it was called EB Games. By the way, thank you guys so much, Meat Puppet, and of course, the OA! For becoming channel members, I appreciate you guys. And hot off the heels of that, before I can even continue the story, I can't even get 2 words out. All of a sudden, here comes Pushing Polygons. And he hits the rare achievement, ladies and gentlemen. He gifts 5 gifted members. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you, Pushing Polygons, for all the support over this entire year of doing this entire thing. And look at all the lovely people who are now channel members. Speaking of channel members, first of all,
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
there you go. Welcome to hell, everybody. Welcome to becoming a maggot. Thank you so much for all the support. I appreciate you. And thank you, Polygons, for that. Amazing. Now, channel members. I dropped a channel members only cooking video today. However, at the end of the day, it went out to the public earlier than I expected, but it did get out there. So I think I just did it wrong when I was programming it, because I do it for members only and it's exclusive. And then I was supposed to put it for the next day or so at the public, and then all of a sudden I got a notification on my phone. It says Mag has gone live, or whatever the hell it says. Mag went on a premiere. I'm like, what premiere? I'm like, I am Mag. I don't recall doing any of that shit. And then I'm looking at it, I'm like, welcome to hell. What did I do? Anyways, the video is out there now. But anyways, you guys get exclusive cooking videos. We're gonna have a meeting next week. By the way, we're gonna have a members only meeting right here on the channel. I will send out a post, let you guys know what day and time we'll do that. And we're going to discuss what you guys want to see for 2026 and any suggestions, any of that kind of stuff. You guys put it all out there. Of course, as channel members now, you can join the Discord. I'm sure one of my mods out there can drop the link to the members Discord. It is a lot of fun in there. And like I said, I got to say, Arrow Nation and Kit have done an absolutely amazing job. It's of running the Discord. They are my administrators of it, and just incredible community, man. We are building such a strong community here. It is unbelievable. We will become an army that will not be stopped. And in fact, once our army grows big enough, you know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? We're taking Greenland! That's right, the maggots are taking Greenland for ourselves. That's what's happening. What's up, Muhammad? How you doing? Dove up? We're taking Greenland. It's ours. It's going to be the maggots. It's going to be our Greenland. And anybody comes in, we are going to build magnificent towers. We are going to build castles. It will be called Magland. And all of you guys can move there. There will be no taxes. There will be no income tax. Prima Nocte is happening, though, eh? So just so you guys know, Prima Nocte is 100% happening. And if anybody doesn't know what Prima Nocte is, just go watch Braveheart. And I'm in charge of the Prima Nocte. It means that, if anybody doesn't know what Prima Nocte means, is that when someone gets married, the royal, which is me, of course, I'll be the emperor, has to... I can't even say it. The royal has to spend the first night with the bride to make sure that the royal blood is actually, spread throughout the land. Hey, Bernie, how you doing, bud? No talent? What's up? And right off of that, we've got B. Macalypse coming in, dropping a $30 super chat. Thank you, brother. Rare achievement unlocked. Thank you, brother. Your support has been amazing. By the way, I saw your kind words on my video earlier today. Thank you so much for those. And remember, when you guys put comments in any of my videos or my cooking videos or my shorts or anything else, I don't mean my shorts, I mean my YouTube shorts and all that. I read every single one of them. So thank you so much, B. Macalypse, for that. And for $30, he says, congratulations on your first year on YouTube. Buy yourself a Mickey of that Wayne Gretzky whiskey. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Lottie frickin' da!
Yeah, Lottie freaking da. Okay, so back to not owning anything. Hey man, I can't help it if the community goes wild. I got to deal with it. I got to talk about it. I got to thank everybody. I got to do all that stuff. We got to celebrate the fact that people are helping to keep this channel growing and getting bigger. We got it. And don't think I forgot about Code Violet. I didn't. We're still going to talk about Code Violet. So anyhow, owning nothing. So now I'm looking at the situation and I'm like, I'm looking at, like, for example, Spotify, and I'm like, I got all these great tunes. I spent, I don't know how many dozens and dozens and dozens of hours scouring Spotify for all these tunes that I grew up with, that I like. I even made my own Vice City soundtrack from the 80s. I did all kinds of shit like that, right? Hey, Lunchi, how you doing, bud? And I did all that kind of stuff, right? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, cool. But what if Spotify just says, yep.
Yeah!
And then all of a sudden, I'm standing there with nothing but my dick in my hand. I got nothing. I own nothing. And I realized I spent all those years, all this time, all that money. Let's not forget, it's not like Spotify. Well, Spotify is free, but I'm listening to Spotify right now. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're playing Spotify in the background. It's license-free music and all that shit. But like the thing is, at the end of the day, it still cost me $20 a month. Right? You start multiplying after all those years. I paid them thousands of dollars. Maybe not thousands, but like, you know. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, thousands of dollars over the years. and I own nothing. You see how that works? It is a fucking scam.
Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again.
You know what I'm saying?
Fucker, you.
That's exactly what it is. It's a scam and they love it. But the problem is sort of the customers, because the customers get way more than they could ever use, right? You go to Netflix, you go to Amazon Prime, you go to Paramount Plus, you go to Crave, you go to Hulu, you go to Disney Plus. There's way more than you could ever watch, right? You go to Xbox Game Pass, there is way more than you will ever be able to play. If you go to Ubisoft Plus or any of these other subscription services there, they have way more than you could ever get through. And people love that. They're like, oh yeah, just give me more, just give me more, just give me more, just give me more. Constant consumption, but you're actually not getting through it all. And what you end up doing at the end of the day is that over the course of many years, you have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and you own absolutely nothing.
Oh shit, here we go again.
So by saying what McLovin was talking about with Bezos about renting hardware and renting software on top of that, that is exactly what they want. So if you think that it just stops at, like, for example, you know, Microsoft and all these other companies and everything else, like, it doesn't stop with them. It's everybody. And now if Bezos gets his way, that's exactly what he's going to do too.
Oh shit, here we go again.
The other thing is, though, then there's the flip side of the coin. And the flip side of the coin is this. The flip side is I buy the games digital, right? That also doesn't mean squat. Because at the end of the day, if you actually read the small print of buying a digital game, they can take it away from you if they feel, not if they feel like it, but if something goes down or something happens or whatever, they have the ownership of that. You basically just are running a digital license. And that is a problem too. However, you get to this point, hello, Matt. You get to that too, and all of a sudden you're in a situation where you're like, well, what choice do I have at this point? They're kind of slowly funneling us all into that direction and kind of leaving us no choice eventually. It's not something that's going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen a week from now, but it is going to happen, and it is an eventuality, and they're going to continue funneling us into there. It's like slowly boiling a frog. You don't realize you're dying. You don't realize you're being boiled alive, but slowly but surely as you slowly boiling the frog. You know what I'm saying? It's the exact same thing. And no, I'm not just pointing fingers, like, but, you know, before anybody, you know, I know you guys don't do that shit, but like anybody, like, you know, else listening after the fact, people who don't like me say, you're talking shit about Xbox. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm talking shit about how these companies as a whole, I brought them up as an example because this is a gaming show, is they're all funneling us in that direction, or at least they want us to be funneled into that direction. However, if you decide to go the other route, you want to buy physical, you want to buy digital, whatever else, they don't care. They're making their money either way. But I think over a longer period of time, I think that you and I, as a consumer, you're going to find that we're going to have less and less choice. And that is a situation. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you for that. And Seth Monsters comes in and drops another $5 super chat. What? You didn't have enough, Seth Monsters? Unbelievable. He goes, it's a treasure bath. I want my treasure bath. Unbelievable. And then we've got Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, my friend from Aussie land.
Donation.
Oh, and he drops up 50 Australian super chat. Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue. You've been there from day one, brother, and you're my Aussie mate. You're my fair dinkum brother. I love you. And he says, and by the way, he's a great cook, by the way. He makes amazing steak. I haven't had it, but I've lived vicariously through his descriptions and photos. So I got to tell you, he's an amazing person. And Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat for 50 Australian dollars. He says, congrats on 1 year, Meg. Thank you so much, my friend. He goes, you might own nothing, but at least you'll get 70% of this. Oh. Ain't that the truth, brother? Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue. That is awesome. Look, the chat's on fire tonight. 78, how you doing, buddy? No, it's not Max from Grounded on the soundboard. No. Mind you, I don't know what sound you were referring to. If it was the "oh shit, here we go again," that's from you should know this. It's from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. One of the greats. I mean, they're all great, let's face it. They're all great. Can you think of a bad Grand Theft Auto? I mean, Grand Theft Auto 3 was groundbreaking. It wasn't great. I didn't like that the protagonist didn't speak. That kind of, that was kind of like the fashion at the time. You remember that? Like a lot of those games. Thank you, Grandpa Barbecue. I appreciate you, brother. Sorry, I wanted to thank you once again. Oh, no talent? Yeah, that's what's his name? What the hell's his name? I can't even think of it now.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
CJ.
Again.
It's CJ from San Andreas. There you go. The OA says it right. He goes, not only do you own nothing, they even try to convince you that it's a good thing. Of course they do. They're scumbags. He goes, that's the future. Abso-fucking-lutely. Remember, I worked for a corporation for many, many years, and I could tell you, I worked in the head office, and I could tell you, they're all scumbags. Every single one of them. And I don't mean the company I work for. They were too, but I mean all these companies. They're all the same. They're all the same. Guerrilla Tactics, how you doing, bro? You know what I mean? But anyways. So let's get back to Code Violet real quick before I can carry on, because you guys can watch my review when I do the review. I'll go in depth with it. However, what I wanted to say about Code Violet, we were playing it last week on the channel. We played on Friday, and we did a bonus stream on when did we do the bonus stream? Oh, no, sorry. We did the bonus stream on the Wednesday, and then we played again on the Friday night. The Wednesday, let me tell you, okay, this game was like two different games. I don't know what the hell happened. The first half of the game was great. It was like an updated Dino Crisis / like old school Resident Evil, whatever. The controls were excellent. Like I said, the frame rates were good. The shooting were good. The graphics were good. Her ass was fantastic.
Do not come.
You know what I mean? All those things.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You know what I mean? The outfits were great. And I'm sitting there, and I'm playing this game, and I'm like, this game is a 7.5. I don't understand what these guys giving it a 1, giving it a 0, giving it a 4. I'm like, that's bullshit. And I'm like, these guys don't know what you're talking about. And it was sitting at like between a 7 and a 7.5 out of 10. I was really enjoying myself, really enjoying the game. And then Friday happened. I played the second half of the game. The OA says that camera glitch, still dream of it. Oh, dude, that camera glitch was hilarious. Dope. The second half of the game was like a completely different game. It's almost like they gave up halfway through. I don't know what the hell they did, but the second half of the game completely fell apart at the seams. It was like a completely different game. It was just god awful. Oh my god. It was just puzzle after, and bad puzzles, by the way. Bad puzzles. Puzzle after puzzle after puzzle. Cyber Gunter, how you doing? Matt Cullen, what's up? Thank you on the thank you. I appreciate the support and the congratulations. And the puzzles had no context. That's the thing. It's like, what are we doing? It doesn't even say where to go, what to do, what's happening. I'm like, what are we doing? And then somehow I found some notes somewhere that says, like, if you shine your black light, because you have like this black light, like stick or whatever. And that was actually kind of cool, because you could also find traps with it and stuff. I'm like, all right, that's kind of cool. But either way, you can open up the black light, and then apparently there was codes for like this, I don't know, this power generator or something. It was on the walls, right? So I found it, but it took 40 minutes to understand what I was supposed to do with it because, yeah, okay, I understand I don't have to be spoon-fed how to play a video game, okay? I've been playing video games for 46 years. I know how to play games. I know how to do puzzles. I know how to do all that stuff, okay? But the thing is, when you give absolutely no context as to what you're doing and why you're doing it or how you're trying to move forward, that's a big problem. You know what I mean? And that's where the game fell. I'm sitting there going, what am I doing? Why am I turning this generator on? What's it for? And it wouldn't tell you for what, for where, or for how. So, like, for example, if you're playing a game, okay? You're playing a game and you're like, okay, well, here's a big mechanical door, okay? You're locked out. Here's a big mechanical door. And then what we got to do is that we got to get in there and we've got to turn on the generator, but we have to find the clues and all that to turn on the generator so that we can open this door. Okay? So now you have a mission. Now you have an understanding. You have some context. You know what you're trying to do. Okay? This tells you nothing. And so you don't know what you're turning on for what reason, what door, what's happening. There's no dialogue that makes any sense. I'm watching, guys, you guys were there. I'm watching the story beats, right? Like during the cutscenes and shit. I have no idea what the fuck was going on. None! I had no idea. Completely and utterly lost. I'm sitting there going, what's happening in the story? I'm on the last level of the game and I'm watching a cutscene and I'm sitting there.
Come on.
I'm sitting here like this.
Do it. Do it. Come on. Do it now.
Like I don't even know what's happening. I'm like, can you tell me what's happening? You know what I mean? What is happening? Why are there dinosaurs? Nobody explained any of this. And like they're just like, oh, I don't know, this happened. And I'm like, what is this? What does that have to do with anything? So the thing is, when you have a situation like that, you're like, where's the meat and potatoes of this game? What is happening? Why am I doing this? Why am I here? Why am I killing things? Why am I going from A to B?
Ma, the meatloaf! Fuck!
You know what I mean? Means nothing to me. It was garbage. Anyways, whatever. So we get into all that. Then all of a sudden, the graphics start getting worse. I swear to God. The gunplay started getting worse. It was like pre-alpha. Like, have you guys ever seen this? Have you guys seen like a game, like a pre-alpha game? I'm talking like they're practically stick figures still, right? What's up, gamer? How you doing? A gamer, you know what the thing is? I gave it the old college try. I'm still gonna finish the game. Anyways, you know when you're watching like a pre-alpha game where it has like the sort of outline of like the figure, but they still look like a stick figure kind of thing, and then they're just kind of going around like a virtual world and shooting and stuff because like it's just like the concept phase of a video game. You know when they do that when they show like during like a developer, you know, it's like, oh look, you know, here's when we started the new Tomb Raider, and this is what she looked like, and there's no environments yet or anything like. That's how the gunplay ended up in the second half of the game. And there's no rhyme or reason because the first half of the game actually was quite competent and good. The second half of the game fell right off a cliff. And I'm like sitting there going, did they literally just give up like halfway through the game and they'll be like, fuck it, just get it out. Just get it out. Just get it out the door. You know what I mean? Just get it out the door. We don't care anymore. Just go and get, you know what I mean? Done.
Come on.
You know?
Come on. Do it.
I'm right here.
Come on. Do it now. Lottie frickin' da.
That's exactly how I felt. You know, I'm just like, Lottie frickin' da. I'm like, are you absolutely out of your mind? This is insane. This game is... Anyway, so it went from a 7 to 7.5, and now in the second half of the game, I'm dropping it down to a 4. However... I still got to finish the game. I still got that one level to go. I'm going to finish that one level to go, and then I'm going to do my marinated review. You guys know how I operate. And I may have to go in there again and start, tinkering around with some of do some like level select or something like that, and then get into some of that stuff so we could take a look at it. I'd be like, okay, let me give it a little more time. You know, I've sat on this game for about a week now. It's been about a week since I got it and then whatever. And like I said, it started off hot, and then it just started just right off a cliff, you know? But anyways. So it could go lower, Fuzzy Tomato. You're absolutely right. It could go lower. Yeah, exactly, D, like a playable storyboard. Exactly. That's basically what like the second half of the game turned into. And I'm like, this is something. I don't know. But anyway, 2 patches came out for the game. I just wanted to say that real quick. 2 patches came out for the game. And we have to wait and see what those patches are. I don't know what they did. So I'm going to have to turn that on tomorrow and take a peek at it and see what those patches were all about. And then see if that improved something. Because like I said, I'm not going to be that guy. Okay? Regardless of all the shit talking I just did for the last 10 minutes. The first half of the game was very promising. So you never know. They might have fixed something. And I'll be like, wait, let's pump the brakes. And that's why I think it's very important for video game reviewers to not only give their first impressions. See, the problem with a lot of video game reviews, and this is why I don't like the media. This is why I don't like the legacy media. Well, there's multiple reasons, trust me. But one of the main reasons why I don't like it is because they race through a game in 36 hours and they give you a review. How are you giving me an in-depth knowledge of what this game is, how it plays, what it's all about, taking all of that in 36 hours? And these guys will just blaze through the game on the easiest setting and just be like, yep, and then like on their keyboards, and then they shit out a review, and then they don't give a fuck because they're getting paid to do it. I don't trust those people. I don't trust those reviewers. And that's why I stopped watching those reviews. You know the reviews that I watch now? I know it sounds crazy for some people, okay? But hear me out. I trust Skill Up for the most part because a lot of his reviews come out well after it's been released. I trust ACG. Okay? Anybody who doesn't know who that is, Angry Centaur Gaming. I trust him because he buys his own games. And then he plays the games several times, and then releases the reviews later on down the road. And Angry Joe, believe it or not, and Angry Joe's another one. I know a lot of people don't like him or whatever. I'm like, you know what? The guy's got like millions and millions of subs. And you know what I like about when he does his reviews? He does his reviews a month later. And the reason why is because he likes to do the same thing that I like to do, generally speaking, is like be able to play the game, play it again, sit on it for a little while, do a proper review of it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, fine. I'm releasing my review about a week or 2 after the game came out, or almost 3 weeks actually, since the game came out. And that's fine. That's fine. That's the way I'm going to do that one. You know, but I got to play it again now that those patches are out, because that's another thing. I don't like the idea of just having a review that gets shit out in 36 hours, or they play the game in 36 hours, crap out the review, and then all of a sudden a week later the game is way better than what they rated it or what they talked about. And a lot of things they complained about got fixed. I'm also a component of, I think that people should actually finish their games before they release them, and that's the fault of the publisher and the devs. Maybe not the devs so much, because maybe they don't have really much of a choice. Because, you know, the publisher is like, listen, it's coming out this day, come hell or high water, make it happen, we don't care, get it out the door. So maybe you have to blame upper management more so than the developers, because the developers are just kind of working on the game. I'll pull back on that one. I'll pull the reins back on that one a bit. But you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know. But the hell do I know? I'm just the guy with a mic. What do I know?
Welcome to hell.
But I've been playing video games for almost half a century. Can you believe that? Half a century I've been playing video games. And when I hit the 50th anniversary of me gaming, it is going to be one hell of a party we're going to have right here on this channel. I'll tell you that much. And we got Pushing Polygons coming in. Oh my goodness, my goodness. This man comes in and drops a $50 super chat. Out of control. Thank you, Pushing Polygons. Unbelievable, man. Thank you for all the support, brother. And he says for $50 US, he says, Mag, don't matter.
Welcome to hell.
How much they give you to play. If you can't get through it, it's trash. I buy my physical 945 disc, a 945 disc. I know what I want, what I'll play. They can pry the discs out of my cold, dead hands. That's what I'm talking about, because it will be a good day to die.
Welcome to hell.
Thank you so much, Pushing Polygons, and I agree with you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Absolutely crazy, incredible, and crazy. And we got Glinzer coming in with a $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. And he says, Capcom, remake Dino Crisis, make gamers happy. You know, you're absolutely right. And the thing is, right now, they are so in tuned with the Resident Evil stuff, which of course Resident Evil is my favorite series of all time. Let's face it. It is my favorite series of all time. And as a result of it being my favorite series of all time, I'm not sad that they keep remaking all the Resident Evil games. However, they're going to run out of remakes at some point, right? And they're going to have to start looking at different IP and start getting in there. For example, did we all forget that Capcom is releasing Onimusha? Onimusha is basically a requel. It's not a remake. Sorry, not a requel. That's incorrect. A rebootsel or rebootskul, whatever the frig they say. Rebootsicle? It's a reboot sequel of sorts, right? And that's going to kickstart the whole thing. Now, here's the thing. If Onimusha does incredibly well, you bet your bottom dollar, okay? What's up, Great Wild? We were talking about you a little earlier, buddy. Infinite Hero, how you doing? ACG talks too much. He does talk a lot. Dude, I've done a couple of shows with him. Magnificent guy. Such a wonderful person. A great human being. And he does all the meetups and stuff, like the fan meetups. That's the stuff that I want to do. And he's a great person in the community. Absolutely amazing. And I've done several shows with him. And man, I thought I talked a lot. Holy shit, that guy takes me out, man. I don't even come close to that guy. Yeah, dude, that guy can talk, man. But he knows his video games, and he's a damn nice person. And I love him. He's great. Thank you, AKL Warrior. XJ. XJ saying that game sounds like my wife's instructions. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Gorilla Taxes is asking, Chad, you can answer this. He goes, anybody getting the Final Fantasy VII remake on Thursday? Ben Angelo trusts Jesse from Xbox Era. They, like I said, you pick the people that you like and the people that you trust when it comes to gaming. And then you know what I mean? Like you kind of like confer with them. That's the best way to do it. That's why I do it. And then on top of it, the other thing is too that's great is that like if you have the medium like I have like the, you know, I have the channel and everything else, and I have a place that I have a forum that I can actually talk, because I have a forum that I can actually play the games, and that's why it's so important to me that we have a streaming night. You know, guaranteed it's always Friday night. Friday Night Live is always going to be a thing. But sometimes if something hot comes out that's not on a Friday, well, I do bonus streams. Like, for example, when I got Code Violet from Grumpy Old Fart, I'm like, no, we're doing this tomorrow night. And we did. We did it on the Wednesday night, and we did it on the Friday night. So there will always be bonus streams. But the good thing about that is not just for my benefit. It's also for everybody else's benefit. So you can come to the channel, and you can check it out and be like, all right, let me watch this game. Let me see what Mag's doing over here. And that kind of thing, right? So there's a lot of that too. So that's why it's very good and very important. But either way, I should have my review out by Friday or Saturday. I will have my marinated review for Code Violet. It'll be out. Long story, very much longer. But either way, here we are. And we got 78 coming in. And he drops 5 gifted members. He gets the rare achievement. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you very much. And of course, to all the new channel members out there. And I see you, Mooch, you little scumbag. I see you out there creeping and not talking. But anyways, any of the new channel members out there?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Yeah. Welcome to hell, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to hell. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that Mooch is in hell with me now. Oh, Street, I just saw it there. Hey, Tall Geese, what's going on? Reimagining. That's right, reimagining. But either way, I would think that at some point, I think that Capcom's, getting back to that super chat from earlier, is that Capcom's focus is going to continue to be Resident Evil. It is the cash cow. They're gonna the Monster Hunter thing. That's their own thing. I'm talking about in terms of like legacy titles like Resident Evil, Onimusha, even Dino Crisis. There were 3 of them. I think there were more than 3 of them. I just remember the 3 of them. However, is that they're going to continue making those remakes of Resident Evil till they run out of them. Once they run out of them, and then they're going to see how Onimusha performs. If Onimusha performs incredibly well, mark my words. they will start going back and remaking those original Onimusha games, which were great. Actually, there's one on the PlayStation you can buy right now, Onimusha 2, like a remaster, and it's actually really damn good. They did a great job of that. Dova is asking in the chat about the Developer Direct. Listen, Dova, we're going to be doing it right here. On Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be doing a live reaction to the Developer Direct. Developer Direct, we will get into that subject momentarily. However, I did promise you guys that I was going to tell you some interesting little nuggets of information, and we'll get into all of that right now. So, the first thing is I got to come and say something. Oh, and by the way, for anybody who's tuning in now or even later, whatever, I dropped my new Munching with Mag video, so if anybody wants to go check it out. Now, the interesting thing is this was not based on a video game. All the other Munching with Mags that I've done were all either based or inspired by a video game. This, however, the reason why I wanted to do it different for the start of 2026 is because it's all about the community. And I thought, what a way to start the year. Let's leave it up to the community to decide. And I did. And we had a meeting with the channel members and the maggots, and I said, what would you guys like to see? And it was a unanimous decision. The unanimous decision was everybody wanted me to do a seafood themed cooking show. So that's what I did. It was all seafood. It was all shellfish and seafood and all kinds of cool stuff, and Orange Ruffy was all in there. So if anybody wants to go check it out, go check out my Munching with Mag video. It's up right now, and it's a seafood extravaganza. It's absolutely great. I put shorts out on YouTube. I put the full-length video out there. It's about 14 minutes long. I even put stuff on TikTok now. I'm all over TikTok. So I'm getting all there out. Gorilla Tax is asking, he goes, Mag, what is your favorite Snoop Dogg song? I got to say, without a doubt, my favorite Snoop Dogg song is from his first album, Doggy Style. It Ain't No Fun. And he has possibly the funniest line. I could say it now because we're already an hour 20 minutes in. Kids, plug your ears. And it's when Snoop Dogg comes out. And it's a great beat too. He's got that whole G-Funk thing going on. And he's like, guess who's back in the motherfucking house with a fat dick for your motherfucking mouth. And I was just like, that was the fun. Like I fell to pieces when he said that. I almost crashed the car the first time I heard that. And I was like a teenager, and I'm driving my parents' car, and I'm blasting Doggy Style in the car, right? And he says that line, and I almost pissed myself. So there you go. My favorite song from him is Ain't No Fun. It is such a good song. Great beat, great rhythm, great everything, great flow. You know, I mean, like it's hard to pick that, but you know, it is what it is. Rip, thank you so much. He's saying hit that like button. Hey, listen, hit that like button, okay? I'm not going to be like a weatherman where I have to do it every 15 minutes. I know some people do that. I don't do that. Every 15 minutes, it's like the weather. It's like they're talking about in a tragic accident, 3 giraffes went on a rampage in a retirement home and murdered 17 with their gigantic necks. Also, hit that like button and like, share, and subscribe and tell us. You know what I'm saying? It's just some kind of weird. So it feels like the kind of thing that I just want, like, listen, man, hit the like button. You either like me or you don't like me. That's all there is to it. Here's the way I do it. Yes, Devil May Cry Santo, but does need a remake as well. But they're still making new ones. So let's see where that goes. Here's the thing. When I watch a video on YouTube, and of course I watch tons. I watch everybody. Right? Not all just gaming. I watch other stuff too, right? You know. But when I watch those videos, I immediately hit the like button right away. It's like the first thing I do before I don't sit there like I'm doing a restaurant review, okay, online. Well, let's see how the salmon is before I like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like nobody cares that you didn't like the salmon on Yelp. Or whatever. You know, some people do that. They're like, well, I'm going to watch the video first. And I'm like, well, dude, if you tune into the guy's video, you like the guy, just hit the fucking like button. You know what I mean? That's the way I do it. Like the minute I click on a video, the first thing I do is I hit the like button, and then I listen to the video or watch it. I very rarely sit down and watch a video because like I usually listen to these things while I'm doing other things. So if I'm preparing something, cooking, if I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Even if I'm doing my laundry or cleaning or whatever I'm doing. Okay, I could be doing a million things, driving, and I listen to things. But the first thing I do, click, I hit the like button. Now the thing is, if you don't like me, that's also acceptable. I don't care. Then hit the down button or the whatever. The thumbs down. Go for it. YouTube loves that shit too. It's called engagement. Bring it on, motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, anyways, that's that. We're going to talk about some Xbox stuff and Developer Direct. We're going to talk about the release cadence of what's going on for 2026 and where these things could pop. I know we kind of touched on it on Monday with XNC, with Colt and I, and I sort of kind of like where that's all going. But then we're going to talk about something a little interesting that nobody else knows about, and I kind of came across my plate. And like I said, it's not summoned from Microsoft. It's not from someone from Microsoft. It's from an international distributor. So I thought that was kind of interesting. However, before we even get into any of that stuff, we got Glinzer coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And he says the company that could go ballistic with remakes is Square Enix. Yeah, no shit, right? Parasite Eve, what are we talking about? Xenogears, Brave Fencer, Musashi, so many, hell, maybe even The Bouncer. Oh, dude, give me Parasite Eve. I'll take Parasite Eve all day, man. That game was fantastic. Parasite Eve 1 and 2 were absolutely amazing, man. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, brother. I appreciate you. And hot off the heels of that, we got Mrs. Head Dope. He comes in and drops a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, my Canadian brother. And he says, for you, Mag, congratulations on your 1 year. Thank you so much, my friend. Okay, Dova, calm down, okay? You see what he says? Hey, Matt, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the chat, buddy. Welcome to hell. Here you go. I'm going to send you one of those.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
And Dova says in the chat, he goes, no one else knows a boot. Not all of us sound like that, okay? We're not a bunch of moose-eating... Well, I mean, I'm a beer drinker and all that stuff, so it's all good. Dova, I'm with you, man. With the Tomb Raider thing, yeah. Well, you know what they could do with the Tomb Raider trilogy? They still look gorgeous. All they have to do is up the frame rate and fix some of the controls. Because even, believe it or not, even though those games just kind of came out, some of the controls are a little clunky here and there. Infinite Hero saying, check out Parasite Mutant. It has that Parasite Eve vibe. All right, I'll take a look at it. And Danny Passion, there's my friend. How you doing? Danny Passion, how you doing? How are you? There we go. Daddy Passion comes in. He's dropping the meatloaf, ladies and gentlemen. And he says, congrats on the 1 year. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Danny Passion. You're a wonderful person. Thank you. Lav is saying Shadow of the Tomb Raider is beautiful still. It certainly is. You bring that up to like either an unlocked frame rate for PC and 60 FPS with 4K ray tracing and all that shit for the consoles. I'm in, man. I'd be down with that again. Actually, I don't even mind the idea of like what PlayStation does. You know that whole thing where they do like the $10 upgrade or whatever. I paid $10 or $15, whatever it is, to upgrade those games and play them again. Fresh achievement and trophy list. I'm all in. Let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys something I probably shouldn't tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway because it was told to me. Now, this is not a doom and gloom thing, so no, everybody gets all whacked out about this kind of stuff, but it's just something that's happening in head office. So pressure's being put on Microsoft to get out that hardware in 2027. The reason why is because certain people above the Xbox, I won't say who specifically. I have the name right here, but I'm not going to say it. It says will push to delete it or not release it if they can't get it out by 2027. That's not fact, obviously. 2027 is still essentially 2 years away. So we're going to have to see how that all goes down. But I thought that was an interesting little tidbit of information that the pressure from above is to release new hardware 2027 regardless of what's going on with Rampocalypse. So they're going to have to they got some time. They got at least another year before prototypes actually have to go, like, even be something tangible. So they're still working on in virtual. Like, for example, even what's his name there? Mark Cerny said, the church lady said the same thing about the PS6. He says, we don't even have a physical version of this thing. He goes, it's all just virtual. It's all just, they're just doing all their tests and all their runs in virtual. So, Microsoft still got another year before they can work on that. And I think by that time, they could probably lock in some better prices and stuff. So I don't think it's a huge deal, but it's something that's interesting. I think it's something interesting that people should think about, is that there is a little bit of... there's a little bit of friction between the departments, right? Between the overlords and the Xbox gaming division, right? So in terms of the hardware. And so the upper management is pushing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Matt's saying that sounds right. To be honest, a lot of pressure. Yeah, absolutely. So apparently the pressure from up above is to get hardware out by 27, period. Well, Infinity Hero kind of is 2 years because it's only January, right? And if you think about it, they release hardware usually at the end of the year, which is like November. So essentially, in that respect, it's like 1 year and 10 months away. I mean, that's practically 2 years. You know what I mean? Bernie, I can't see it happening, dude. I can't see it happening. That's too soon. Bernie's saying in the chat, he says, I still see them releasing a console for the 25th anniversary. Who makes it? Will be interesting to see them out of hardware. Of course, third-party stuff, absolutely. Maybe someone else can get in there. Maybe, Asus and whatever else. However, the thing is, I think at this point, everybody, because of this whole Rampocalypse thing, they're going to let things sort of simmer down a bit. I think that a lot of these companies are in a holding pattern right now. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of in a holding pattern, just kind of let the dust settle and see where everything kind of lands. And on top of that, they're probably working on different solutions, right? Different production lines, different countries, different whatever. They send feelers out across the globe. That's how do you think I found out this information? This information is coming from someone who's not working from there. Someone that works on international distribution. And that is actually going to get you into the next point. And I'm going to tell you this because then I got to go to the bathroom, okay? That's the thing when you're doing a solo show, man. You got to pee. It's not like I could be like, okay, Colt, take it away. Or, okay, Mooch, you talk or whatever. Okay, Death Singer, talk for 28 minutes about a fucking PC. Or whatever, right? I'm just joking. He's a nice guy. I just busted balls. But you know what I mean? When I'm doing a solo show, I got to pee. You wait till we get to overtime when I'm drinking. It's going to be I'm gonna start peeing in my Pride cup, and then you know what's gonna happen? After about 5 beers, I'm gonna accidentally drink it. And be like, "This water tastes funny." Okay, so here's what I heard from someone who works in international distribution. So you know that Microsoft has been working with a facility in Vietnam, right? They're going to. This is what I'm hearing, okay? They're only going to be making Xbox chipsets for cloud gaming now. I want you all to pay very close attention to it because I could have made a video about this. However, I decided, I'm like, no. This is interesting. I thought for a 1-year anniversary, I think this is a great idea. I'm going to reveal this information right here in front of everybody. And he says, also, the Vietnam facility will be only making Xbox chipsets for cloud gaming now, and no one will go to home consoles. Hold on, but there's a caveat here. So that's not a doom and gloom thing. Hear me out. Xbox is gathering unsold units abroad and is now reforming them for North American release. There's your information. So that's interesting. What do you guys think of that? I think that's a fair piece of news. I think that was a pretty cool thing to cross my plate. I appreciate the person who told me that. And I'm like, wow, that's very interesting, but it makes sense. As they're pushed towards cloud gaming is getting better. However, as I've said before, cloud gaming is very expensive. I don't think people realize how expensive it actually is. It could run up to $30 a month per user, and that's from their end. That is friggin' crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? What's everybody giggling in the chat here? I see Danny Passion laughing away. Oh, the Death Singer. I just busted his nuts. He's a nice guy. I like him. He's a nice guy. No, Lav. No. That's not an Xbox, not an xCloud box. No. Well, they are going to be doing that. There's no question of that. They are going to be doing that. However, what they're saying here, I'll read it to you guys again. I'll read it verbatim, okay? He goes, also, the Vietnam facility will be only making Xbox chipsets for cloud gaming now. So I think that maybe what he's talking about, see, I got to get more clarity here, but this is the information he got, is that I think it's going to be utilized for access points for cloud gaming. So maybe you're right. Maybe it would be for a cloud box, or maybe like one of those little things, like a little receiver. You know what I mean? Like this big, like a little receiver kind of cloud gaming kind of thing. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not the tech guy. You know, go talk to somebody else about that shit. Actually, you can go talk to Death Singer about that. He'll tell you about threads and meshers and all kinds of shit all day long. I know nothing about that. I'm just a gamer and an asshole with a microphone. I also happen to drink, and I know a lot of very important people. That's just how it works. I may not be an important person, but you know the thing is, I learned from a very, very, very young age from my father and my grandfather, more specifically my grandfather. Always make sure that you're rubbing elbows with the cream of the crop. And why? Is because that's where you get all your information, and that's where you get all your connections. That's how you network. That's how you get all the best jobs. That's how you get all the best of everything. You need something. It's just very mafia shit, right? You need a favor. You make sure that they owe you a favor. You take care of them, they take care of you. You always, you know what I mean? And so you always stay in contact with all the people that do important shit, even if you aren't important. Dova says, asshole drinks, knows important people, takes notes. You guys are so funny. Yeah, exactly, Andy Ackerman. I drink and I know things. I do. And as a result of all those things, I do know all those things. And so I find out these. So let me get back to that. Let me read it again for you guys. I'll read it for you again and let you guys sort of really absorb it. The Vietnam facility will be only making Xbox chipsets for cloud gaming now, and one will go to home consoles. Xbox is gathering unsold units abroad and is now reforming them. I would imagine he means refurbishing, maybe. I don't know. And is now reforming them for North American release. That actually makes a lot of sense in terms of the GTA effect, right? And that's something very important for like the Grand Theft Auto situation where it's going to sell Xboxes. I know that obviously, you know, we've already talked about it before. PlayStation's going to take 90% of those sales, maybe even 95%. Like, it's going to be a monster amount of you know how, like I was talking about it earlier, I had that other report that Sony said that it's basically a first-party game for them. It absolutely is a first-party game for them, and that is why they're not going to be releasing any games around it. The other thing is they have the marketing deal with them. They also have a bundle deal with them, with Sony. And as a result of all that, they're going to sell tens of millions of these bloody things. It's going to be out of control. Because remember, there are still approximately 30 people that are 30 people, Jesus Christ. There are approximately 25 to 30 million people still logging into a PS4 on a monthly basis, and that's based on the servers run by Ubisoft, EA, and not Steam. Jesus Christ, what's the other one? It was EA, Ubisoft, and someone else. I can't remember the other one. Maybe it was Epic. I can't remember. But those two for sure, and then I can't remember who the third one was, and it was their numbers, and from their estimations, they're still talking that 25 to 30 million people are still running their PS4s. So that being the case, and they know, of course, because they're running the servers. That being the case, those people are going to have to upgrade to play Call of Duty, because Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 is going to be current gen only. Okay, you won't be able to play it on an Xbox One or a PS4, so you're going to need an Xbox Series console, a PC, which no one's buying a PC now. You out of your fucking mind with these prices? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah!
You know what I mean? Absolutely not happening. Not happening. So that being the case, the other choice you have is a PlayStation 5. All right, so you got PlayStation 5 series consoles, and if you're ballsy enough to do it or whatever, maybe if you're crafty, I don't know, or if you know people, then you can do it on a PC. But either way, you will not be doing it on an Xbox One or a PS4. So therefore, Xbox is also going to sell millions of consoles, I think, in the fall, I would imagine as well, because a lot of those people are not only GTA fans, don't forget, Call of Duty, which is also one of the biggest franchises in the history of gaming, one of, I'm not saying the, but one of, is also going to be only available on current gen. So therefore, even if you're not a GTA fan, but you're a Call of Duty fan, you're still going to need to upgrade no matter what if you want to play those two games. And those two games are going to be obviously the two biggest games, unfortunately, because, Resident Evil and stuff, that's my pick. But either way, that's right, D, say you go buy DDR5 in a crack alley. Yeah, dude, I know, I don't know. Pretty much these days. However, anyway, the point is that you're going to have to upgrade. Microsoft knows that. They want to keep people in that ecosystem. There's people who are on Xbox who like the Xbox, who have friends on Xbox and whatever else. They're going to need more Xboxes. But are they going to produce more Xboxes? No. And so the smart thing to do is exactly what this guy told me. And I'm like, this actually holds an incredible amount of water. This is actually the smartest thing that they could do. Take the unsold units from different parts of the world where they stopped selling the consoles entirely. Some of those countries out there, I know some of the Arab countries stopped selling them. Some of the European countries stopped selling them, and whatever. Gather up all those unsold resources, refurbish them, sell them, send them to North America, sell them to North Americans when GTA and Modern Warfare 4 drop. Brilliant. That's actually a brilliant idea. That's a smart thing. Well, there you go. So, anyways, that's the news. I thought that was interesting. I got some news there. And like I said, I could have made a video about it and all that shit, but I'm like, nah, I'm just going to tell the maggots. It's all good. Muhammad, you're not wrong. I've actually been saying that since Black Friday in 2025. I said, if you're buying hardware, I say the best, your only choice right now and the cheapest you're ever going to find is going to be the PS5 because the PS5 deal is still going on, by the way. I just checked it a little while ago. The PS5 Pro is $140 off still here in Canada, and I think that they're still trying to sell off some of that stock. Not that it's not selling, it's just that they just happen to have the deal. Maybe it's just doing so well. I know it's doing well. I know a couple of GameStops that sold out. I talked to the manager and the owner, and he was like, "Yeah, I can't keep them in stock. As soon as I get PS5s, they're gone again at those prices." And I'm like, "Well, of course they are, because they're cheaper than the friggin' Switch. They're cheaper than the Switch too." And the interesting thing is, I told you guys about how I do like the little demographic thing, right? Where I talk to people in the community and whatever. And I don't mean the gaming community. I mean my community. I mean like actually like in real life. And I asked my daughter, who's 10 years old, okay? And I said, did any of your friends get like consoles or games or this and that? Because, she's always online playing with her headphones and she's talking to her little, she's talking to her little friends and all that shit. And she said that everybody that did get a new console for Christmas all got PS5s. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? I said, were they Switch players before? She goes, yeah, everybody has a Switch. They didn't go with a Switch 2. They all went with PS5s. Why? Because one thing I've been arguing for months and months and months, it's almost like I'm talking to the fucking wall. At the end of the day, when it comes to casuals, it doesn't matter about friends. It doesn't matter about online chats. It doesn't matter about exclusives. It doesn't matter about Game Pass. It doesn't matter about AAA Sony bangers. You know what it's about? Price. It doesn't matter where. You could have Mario, Kratos, and Master Chief all doing their thing on their respective consoles and on their respective ecosystems, and God bless them all. But at the end of the day, a casual who's buying it for a 10-year-old kid is going to walk in there and go, what's the cheapest one and what's it? Oh, yep. What do we got here? We got an Xbox? Oh, you can forget that. $700, $800. Okay. What do we got here? Oh, the Switch 2? $700 here in Canada? Nope. What's this over here? $500 PS5? Yep. Give me that. Done. That's how it works. Done. And then everything else just kind of falls into place. Right? You get lucky. You get great games with it. You're going to get Wolverine over there, right? You're going to be able to play Modern Warfare 4. You're going to be able to play GTA 6. All those different things or whatever. At the end of the day, it's still about price. It really is. Not us. I mean, look at this. Look. I got this right here, okay? Here's my Switch 2. Well, here's the box anyway. Okay, here's my Switch 2. I'm kind of like Dreamcast guy right now, you know. And today we're going to be talking about the Switch 2. He's always got to show a controller when he does a video or whatever of whatever he's talking about. So anyways, the point is, that thing cost, I got the Switch 2 with Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Mario Odyssey or whatever, like those 3 games and the thing. It was $900 for a couple of games and a Switch 2. $900. Now, I got lucky. I told you guys I got $630 traded on a Switch OLED. I told you guys about that, the 2-for-1 deal. If you're a platinum member at GameStop, one day, and it just happened to be the day I walked in, and I traded in a whole shitload of Switch games that my kids never touched, and I got good money for those games, like shitty games, like the Lego Movie game, the Lego Ninjago game. I was getting $30, $35 trading for those games. Shitty games, and I traded in like 14 of them or something. I don't know. I can't remember. But anyways, I got 6. I have the receipt. The receipt is like a mile long because I get all the trade-ins. I got $630 trade-in value on that. Absolutely amazing. Otherwise, guess what? Even as a hardcore, I would have a very difficult time, even as a hardcore, to justify a $900 purchase for something that I barely touch. I am going to be doing a little bit more of that. We're going to get into the Switch thing a little later. However, price is still king. Glyn's is asking, who's in the market for a Steam machine? I'm actually asking that same question every single day, because I can absolutely tell you this. Anybody who's got a PC ain't buying one. The only person I know is buying one and has a capable PC is Reforged Gaming. Because Reforged Gaming talked about it on his show. He says, I'm going to buy one just to have in the living room on his couch. If he's got the income for it, let him do it. God bless. Do whatever you want. Buy 2 of them. Buy 3 of them. But whatever you want to do. Right? But everybody else that I know that has a PC, I've done shows with, I talked to in the YouTube community and Twitter and everything else. And I said, are you guys even interested in this? And like, why would I even bother? I got a PC. Like Colt Eastwood, why would he buy one? The guy's got a top of the line 5090, this, that, whatever, all the friggin' bells and whistles. Why would he spend all that money to buy a Steam machine that does literally the exact same thing? He's got it right there, right? And I would imagine most PC gamers are like that. So you pretty much eliminated the majority of them. Console gamers, it's probably going to be too expensive, so you eliminated the casual market. The casual market doesn't give a shit about Steam. What do they know about Steam? They don't know what's going on. And I'm talking about the casual console market. Sorry, excuse me. I should rephrase that. The casual console market, they don't give a fuck about this machine. Me? Am I going to pay $1,500 Canadian? If it ends up being like close to $1,000, it'll be like $1,500 Canadian. You think I'm going to pay $1,500 Canadian so I can have access to a couple of Steam games that I don't have access to on my consoles? I got an Xbox Series X, and I've got a Series S, and I've got a Switch 2, and I got a PS5 Pro. I'm set. So I ain't buying it. So what, like, the more we talk about this Steam machine, you notice how the crowd keeps getting, like, who's this for, so to speak? That keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You may disagree with me, and that's totally cool. Dova saying, it's a living room device. And we got Paris in the chat. What's up, Paris? How you doing, brother? We got Paris. He says, congrats on 1 year. Thank you very much, my friend. There we go. That's for you, Paris. How you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. And thank you very much for stopping by. And thank you for the congratulations. Mohammed, I'm telling you right now, it might be $1,000. I'm not saying it's 100% for sure going to be $1,000. However, if they're willing to charge a ROG Xbox Ally X $1,000 for the top model, mind you, but the top model. By the way, I don't know if you guys watched it, but SkillUp did a review today and shredded the fuck out of it. I don't know why he did the review so late, but he said he wanted to spend a couple of months with it, which is fair. So he spent a couple of months with it, and he did a review on it today. And, SkillUp's got a lot of pull in this community, and he put vehemently, I do not recommend the ROG Xbox Ally X. So it's, that was a pretty rough video. I watched it today. It's 21 minutes, man. It was a really long video. But either way, here's the thing. If they're willing to charge that much for a handheld, and that was before Rampocalypse happened, Muhammad, hear me out. That's before Rampocalypse happened. If we're thinking that this thing will be under $1,000, unless, of course, Valve made deals for hardware before Rampocalypse happened, which they may have, and may keep it like, you know, maybe let's say like $650, $700, then you're okay. Then they'll be okay. However, you know, you could theoretically, I'm just saying, I might be right, might be wrong. You could theoretically be somewhere in the range of $1,000. Dova, the devices are very cool. The ROG Xbox Ally X is actually pretty cool. I got to play it before it got released because I had a friend who was, well, I can't say what he does, but he was part of the distribution or whatever, and I got my hands on it. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Heavy as hell, man. I swear to God, if I ever was like in a situation, like in a life or death situation, and I didn't have a weapon, but I had a ROG Xbox Ally X, I would throw that at someone and I would literally instantly kill them. That thing weighs like it's like a brick. But anyways, whatever. So anyways, I don't know how we got into Steam talk. I think it just kind of showed up in the chat, so we were just yip-yapping about it. It's going to be a very capable device, J-Slayer. By the way, welcome, J-Slayer. It's going to be a very capable device. It's going to be a great device. It's going to be powerful. But I'm not talking about that stuff. And that's the problem. And I'm not saying, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about you go to Twitter or you go to these YouTube, you go to the YouTube comment sections or whatever. People can't differentiate the difference between price and criticizing the hardware or software, but we're talking about hardware specifically, right? I'm not criticizing the hardware. From what I understand, what's been explained to me, that this thing is going to be a very capable, powerful little machine. It's going to be wonderful and great and all that kind of stuff. What I'm having an issue with, and not me personally, I don't give a shit because I'm not buying one, so I don't really care. Just like I didn't buy a ROG Xbox Ally X, absolutely not. I know some people have buyer's remorse on it. Some people love it. And that's great. I know a lot of maggots who own one and they say it's wonderful. And that's great. But I can't justify $1,300 well, actually it's $1,400 here in Canada. Almost $1,500. It was like $1,486 or some shit like that for the ROG Xbox Ally X. And I'm like, nope. What am I going to do with it? So anyways, the point is, I'm not criticizing the machine itself. I'm criticizing I'm not criticizing. I'm talking about the price. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a big difference. There's a big difference there because I'm critiquing the price and how the market is going to react to that price. And we've seen it happen time and time again that once you hit a certain threshold, once you hit a financial wall, and that wall is somewhere around $750 to $800, you lost 85% of the people, maybe even 90% of them. You've lost 90% of the people just because of the paywall. And that's why all these smarmy PC master race motherfuckers, okay, there's only like 5% of them that actually have something in the 4,000 or 5,000 series. And yeah, we're all the best and this and that. No, you're not. Only 5% of you have the good shit. If you go to the Valve statistics, you could see that the majority of the people are playing 3,000 series PCs and under. Period. No ifs, ands, or penises, or butts. And that's a fact. But, you know, a lot of people like to use it for, like, you know, a lot of people use it for leverage in their online rhetoric and stupid fanboy bullshit that I just ignore it now. I just ignore it. I'm too old for the fanboy bullshit. I've passed it. And I think that's what really motivated me to get off I was already off my ass doing YouTube, but I'm like, I got to get out of this, man. I got to get out of this rut. And that's why I created this channel. We're not going to do that here. None of it. We're not going to do that here. But people use it as an argument, right? Well, I get 785,000 frames per second in my game. you're part of the 1%. And then beyond the 1% is the 5%. And the 5% is in the 5,000 series. Then you get maybe the 10% who are in the 4,000, maybe a little higher. I'm just spitballing here. But and then the majority of the people, if you just go look at those, you look at what Valve has, when they release their little, their charts and their talks and whatever. And the majority of the people are playing 3,000 series and under. So, you know what I mean? It's not about that. There's a price. Sorry, I went off on PC gamers a little bit. What can I say? There's a lot of PC gamers out there who are wonderful people, excellent people, great people, and I love them. But there's a lot of them on the online world that just love to just dig it. And I bet you know what the funny thing is? I bet you, and I know you guys know this, okay? I bet you a bunch of those people that talk all that shit probably don't even own a fucking 5,000 series or a 4,000 series PC. They're probably one of that 80-something% that own a 3,000 series that's like 6 years old and beyond that, but they love to talk, right? Because it just makes them feel better. Maybe they need that. Maybe they need that rush, that endorphin rush or something. I don't know. Whatever the hell people get when they go on social media and something nice happens, or they get a lot of likes or views on things. They get that endorphin rush and. Whatever. I don't know. What I can't listen, man. I can't figure out everybody's psychological problems, okay? But obviously, once you join the online world and you see what's going on out there, there's a lot of fucking people that need some serious help. But anyways, whatever. That's a story for another day. We're going to talk about Developer Direct, but before we talk about that, no, we're just going to talk about it. Fuck it. But we got James Black coming in. He drops in a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And he says, I'm at work, so can't stay. Just wanted to drop by and say congrats on 1 year. And Mag is a pony. Yeah! Let's go! Pony extraordinaire. Steam sales are very hard to beat. Steam sales are incredible. Hey, Mabin, what's up, bud? He goes, I'm a 0.1% PC owner. Right on. There you go, buddy. All right. Rock on. And Mabin is saying, I'm a proud owner of the latest no cap. God bless. Thanks, brother. He goes, PS5 Pro is also great. Yes, thank you so much. And listen, I wasn't talking shit about like whatever, but I'm talking about some of the guys who are online who are very toxic. Like I said, I know a lot of great PC players out there who are wonderful people and have very capable rigs. I know Colts is a beast, Backstage, how's it going, buddy? Fable is 100% going to PS5, yes. 100%, my friend, to answer your question. I hope I answered it. Thank you so much, James Black. Sorry, I didn't want to get... I just wanted to, remind everybody that James Black says that I am a pony, of course. And for that, he gets this. He doesn't get an Xbox achievement. He gets a pony. He gets a pony sound. Desert Cruiser saying I'm a 99% PC owner. What does that mean? Are you part of like the? Because I don't have a. Listen, I have a PC that I can game. It's a capable PC, but I didn't buy it for that. I bought it because I told the guy, I'm like, listen, dude, I want the best. I want the best PC that I need in order to run YouTube streaming, all that kind of stuff, and whatever else, and it's got to be good. AI guys in their B-links, yeah. There you go. See, the always nailed it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Before everybody gets all wild, because I don't want to offend my friends. That was never the intention. But he says, PC Master Race guys. He goes, PC runs at 480 frames per second on max settings, and then he puts ... Yeah, but the question is, does your rig do it? That is where it all comes down to. So a lot of people just use it as leverage for argument points or whatever, for debate points and all that kind of stuff. Or like I said, for leverage, they could use that as something because they got something powerful they could talk about because they're part of the community, but it doesn't mean they own it. That's like saying the PS5 Pro is the best console ever, bro. This, that, and the other. And then the guy's got a PS2. So technically, you're still part of the PlayStation console community, but you got a PS2, but you don't own a PS5 Pro. And that's like the same thing. You're talking about the PS5 Pro, but you're nowhere near that. So you get it? You know what I'm saying? That's all I was trying to say. Fuzzy Tomato saying I play at 180 FPS a lot. Doesn't that hurt your eyeballs? Like I could do 120 FPS. Anything above I think 120 FPS. I think my eyeballs just like gonna explode out of my head. Like the fucking guy at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, his eyeballs melt out of his head. Ah! You know. Oh, Seth Monsters, yeah, you had your new build, man. You were super proud of that. That's awesome. He goes, but I put my frames out on Discord for everyone to see. Absolutely you do. And you're one of us. Of course, as I was saying, I was just talking about, beefy extreme circumstances. Yeah. Maybe it does 240 FPS, and then you have a 480 hertz. Dude, what are you playing? Your head's going to explode. You should put sunglasses on when you play. That's insane. Explorer, that's a great comeback. I love that. So you almost own your own computer. You're missing 1% of it. That's in reference, by the way, to Desert Cruiser saying I'm a 99% PC owner. That's it. He only owns 99% of his console. Or, sorry, of his PC. Anyhow, let's talk about the Developer Direct before we call the show quits. And then we're going to go into some overtime and have some fun. Yeah, exactly. You know what's funny, Brandon? I was thinking about scanners as well. I was thinking about scanners, but the scanners was more like a head explode thing. The OA nails it again. This guy's on fire tonight. And he goes, Sydney Sweeney is the best girlfriend, but is she your girlfriend? It's exactly the same thing. I could have a girlfriend and say, Sydney Sweeney's the best girlfriend ever, this and that, whatever. But that's not my girlfriend, but I have one, so I'm part of the crew. But you don't have Sydney Sweeney. I might. Maybe I might one day. I mean, my wife doesn't know that, but you know, what the hell is she gonna do? Okay, we're gonna become huge and famous on YouTube, and then one day she comes home, and I'll be like, hey, honey, I kind of did a thing. She's like, what? I'm like, I kind of adopted Sydney Sweeney. She lives with us now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. How do we get off on these tangents, guys? All right, let's talk about the Developer Direct. But actually, I wanted to touch on one thing. It's only going to take a minute. I want to touch on this Nintendo Switch thing. We were talking about handhelds and things like that. And I'm finding something very interesting happening with the Switch 2. And I think the Switch 2, I mean, I don't know about the price thing. I mean, you know, the price thing is actually going to, like I already said, the Switch 2 sales have already slowed down. We've already talked about that. That is a fact, by the way. And the thing is, the reason why, and I said it from the beginning, and I was looking side-eyed at these news articles from the beginning, and I did say that, is that the reason why the Switch 2 was the number one selling or the fastest selling console in American history, specifically in the United States, is because they were actually fucking available. That's it. I can go back 5 generations of Nintendos, and they've all been sold out in the first week. And then no one could get them for 3 friggin' months. And then you had to go stand outside of GameStops and Best Buys and fucking Future Shops in Canada back in the day. You guys remember Future Shop? Anybody back in the day in Canada? All right. And we had to stand outside of there at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning, freezing our balls off, trying to get a Switch or a GameCube or a Wii or a whatever, or an NES Classic and all this other shit. But they made an abundance of hardware. So what happened? And I said this from the beginning. I said it to Colt. I said it to other people as well, whether they believe me or not. And I said, listen, the reason why the Switch is going to sell great right off the bat is because they actually have the product. And that is why the Switch 2 is selling incredibly well. It's nothing against the quality of the Switch. The Switch 2 is a fantastic machine with a beautiful screen and great looking games. Great looking, like the thumbsticks are wonderful. Great, like everything is really, really, really good on that thing. Really good. And by the way, I think that something like the PS Portal, which actually is for me like the absolute miracle. That thing, like I'm playing that thing for $1.99. I could stream all the new games that I just bought. No more tethering to the consoles. Why would I pay $1,000 for something for $1.99? I'm up in bed playing Spider-Man Remastered. I'm playing Metal Gear Solid Delta. I'm playing Silent Hill F, Arc Raiders. I could play all these games on cloud right on my Switch. On my Portal for $1.99. And amazing, big ass, beautiful color screen, haptic feedback's a whole 9 yards. Switch 2, same thing. However, excuse me. However, what I was getting at is I said the sales are going to do really well at the beginning because the hardcore, which makes up about the 15% of the market out there, it doesn't matter what console it is or PC or whatever, 15% of that hardcore will be able to get that Switch at launch. And that's something that has never really happened before. And because of that, I said it then. I said it's going to be one of the fastest selling Nintendo consoles ever because it's actually available. Even back in the 80s, you couldn't get an NES. You had to wait months and months and months. There was no internet. You had to write a little form and you had to hand it to the person at the store, and then they would take a paper form and then snail mail it to like Japan or whatever the fuck and be like, yeah, we need like, all these new consoles. Sometimes it could take you a year to get another NES. But then what ended up happening? The Switch 2 comes out, sells incredibly well, breaks records, all this other shit, right? Why? Because it was there. So the 15% that are usually, let's say 5% of the 50% are able to get it day one. And then over time, the other 10% of the 15% are now able to get this. Well, they would slowly get the thing over the course of months. So the sales would come in slower, right? However, this thing is a beautiful piece of technology, but it's very expensive. What's up, Bradward? Hey, Bradward Fight, scumbag extraordinaire. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, Brad? Brad, do me a favor. Don't tag me in 750,000 tweets, okay? I know you think it's funny. I always look at Twitter and I'm like, what happened? Did something happen? Is something wrong? Why am I getting tagged so much? And I'm like, oh, it's just Brad. It's Brad being Brad. Welcome to hell, buddy.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I'm just busting your balls, Brad. I'm just busting your balls. Welcome to the chat, buddy. I very rarely see you here, so. Anyways, the point is, back to the Switch 2 thing, is that now that the hardcore actually has them, the casuals are not buying them in the same cadence that the hardcore was, and therefore the sales have slowed. And that's something I said, you watch, the sales are going to cool right off once the hardcore got their hands on it. Because it is a hefty price, well, at least up here, and I would imagine other parts of the world. The United States, I still think it's sitting at $4.99. But either way, for a lot of people, that's very expensive for something that their kids are going to like probably barf on and like get like peanut butter and jelly all over, step on it, and this and that. You know what I'm saying? That's where it kind of gets a little tricky. Like, I bought this thing, right? I bought this thing, and I'm like, I don't want my kids touching this shit. When they have, like, that thing at school, like, when they get, like, to the end of a semester or whatever in school, and they're allowed to bring, like, consoles or like handhelds, and all the kids play together, like, because they don't really do anything because the teachers are checked out, right? And so the kids are just having like the in-class parties. You bring like your chips and your pop and all, and your soda and all that shit and whatever. And like, I got this thing right here, right? And I'm sitting there going, they ain't bringing that shit to school on the last day of school. And they asked. But you know what the funny thing is? My kids are not stupid. They already knew I was going to say no, but because I could tell by the way they asked me. They're like, Dad? And I'm like, what? And they're like, do you think maybe there's a possibility we can bring the Switch? I'm like, nope. I cut that shit off right away. I'm like, nope. Not for damn near $1,000 you're getting that thing. You're not bringing that to school. What? So your stupid friends can go throwing shit around in the class or whatever, and then it gets hit by a can of root beer? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? No, that's not happening. So anyways, the point is that a lot of casuals are not going to be buying this. They will buy it. Some will buy it, but a lot of people won't. Like I said, up here in Canada, that bundle is $700, guys. That's a lot of money. $700? And all the people that I know that have kids that have Switch 1s, none of them bought the Switch 2. I am the only person in the entire community at least in my hemisphere of my community of all the people we talk to and hang out with, I am the only one that owns a Switch 2. I am the only one. And it's only because I just happen to be a smart businessman and I got a $630 trade-in worth of shit. Explorer saying the same thing. Welcome to the chat, Explorer. And he's saying, I want to Switch 2, but I can't justify it when there's only one game on it that I want. And of course, they make it exclusive even though it could be played on Switch 1. Bravely Default Flying Fairy. Well, there you go. He is representative of an entire demographic of people that just be like, no, they got a Switch 1. They could play that shit. Bradward Fight is asking, how much is Ontario tax? Ontario tax is 13%. It is a fucking travesty. Mr. Santo was saying he'll wait for the OLED. Funny you say that, Santo, because that's what I ended up buying during the pandemic was a Switch OLED, and that's what I got such an incredible trade-in value on was that. I got like $350 or something, Canadian, mind you. But I got like $350 trade-in on the Switch OLED. It was mint condition, though, obviously, because it's my shit, right? I take care of my stuff. Sergeant Essential saying Xbox just wants to be third-party all the way, I believe, and they'd make bank. That's the plan. That is exactly what they're doing. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Microsoft's plan, not Xbox, Microsoft is calling the shots. Microsoft has openly said that their focus is no longer Game Pass is there to make their money. That actually is sustainable in their own way. They make approximately $4 to $5 billion a year, depending on what year, and they're doing their whole thing, right? Their focus is publishing now, and I know that as a fact. And apparently, that is quite openly conversed about and talked about in the hallways of Microsoft, and saying that their focus for Xbox now is publication, not so much their ecosystem. They will continue to nurture the ecosystem. They're not abandoning it. They're still going to make hardware. They're still going to sell games. They're still going to have Game Pass. They're still going to have all Xbox. Xbox ain't going anywhere, okay? Don't get that twisted. Xbox is not leaving anywhere. It's not dying on a weekly basis. It's not going anywhere. It is staying where it is. Because there is still a fan base of 30-something million people that make them a lot of money. It doesn't make them all the money, but it makes them money. And they're going to continue to do that, and they will continue to nurture the Xbox ecosystem and their fans. All right? You want to clip something? Clip what I just fucking said. Because, everybody likes to clip the wrong stuff. However, they realize that the majority of their money, especially after their $80 billion investment, not their investment, Microsoft's investment, is that publishing is where the money is at. And so therefore, when they started seeing the publishing money coming in last year with Call of Duty, for example, just being one example, they were like, holy shit, this is where the money's at. And they are now focusing on publishing. That is a fact. I know it. And I've heard, I won't say where I heard it from, basically from the horse's mouth, okay? That is their focus. We'll leave it at that. That is the focus because that's where all the money is. And they will continue to do so. Now, the other reason why, it's also what I would like to call a fail-safe. Ballsack, I might consider it, dude. I might consider it. Hey, Joey Abs, where you at? There he is. Joey Abs. Joey Abs, you're amazing, man. I appreciate your support, brother. It's been a long time since I got to scream your name. Ready?
Lottie frickin' dog!
There it is. Magnum, I'm not shitting on anybody. Andy Ackerman, I can't tell you that. But no, it's not Phil Spencer. It was not Phil Spencer. I spoke to Phil a few times, but I don't speak to him. It's been a long time. Other people. However, their focus is... Great Wad, don't say hi to Magnum, okay? He's a scumbag. Oh, game services is here to stay. If Microsoft doesn't lead, someone else will. Yeah. No one's saying it's going anywhere. I like literally just said that. Jesse James, how you doing, buddy? I literally said that. I'm like, it's not going anywhere. Their services, their ecosystem, their gaming, console, even hardware, ain't going anywhere. It's all going to be there. Game Pass, all that stuff is still going to be there. So you will have an option because they still have 30 plus million people that are in the ecosystem that pay them a lot of money. However, the one thing that I did here, and it's a good business strategy. This is business. We're not talking about fucking feelings, okay? We're talking business. the publishing arm of Microsoft is also a failsafe. And the reason for that, every company, especially a $1 trillion company, and of course $1 billion companies, all have fail-safes. So that if something goes wrong, they have a backup. And I know because this is exactly what they have said. Their fail-safe is publication, is the publishing arm. So that if by any reason, whatever, whenever, like, let's say it happened 5 years, 10 years, or maybe it never happens at all. Let's just say one day, for argument's sake, it went belly up, okay? Because you have to cover all angles. That's how they do things. You know, they sit there and they have the big meetings and they have the PowerPoint presentations. They're like, all right, well, this is our projections. This is where we're going. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great, this and that. And then the CEO goes, okay, what's the options if everything goes belly up? Right? And then you have to have a contingency plan. You have to have a plan B and a plan C. And the CEO wants to sit there. I've sat with CEOs sitting right next to me. And we've sat there and done the exact same thing. I'm like, okay, what happens if it all goes to shit? Then I need to know what your plan is, or what our plan is going to be if it all went to shit. And that's where Microsoft came in and said, publishing. And that's what they did. 3 years ago, they said it. They said, and that's where Project Latitude came from. They're like, just in case things don't work out, we will always have publishing. However, if things continue to work out, then that's a double benefit for Microsoft and for Xbox, because you know what's going to happen? You're going to have money coming in from Game Pass, money coming in from Xbox ecosystem and like players and all that kind of stuff, and engagement and game sales and all that stuff, and the publishing. So they're like, you're getting the best of both worlds right now. So, but if one went belly up, at least they got something else to lean on, and that's the whole point of it. And that's why it's actually a very smart business strategy by Amy Hood and Satya Nadella. That is a smart business decision. You may not like them. I'm not particularly fans of them. However, business is business, and that's out of my hands. What am I supposed to do? Right? But it's a smart business decision. And on that note, Punty, what's up? And we got Talos. What's up, buddy? Now, we're going to talk about the Developer Direct real quick, and then we're going to go into overtime. But I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break. I got to go pee. I got to go cut myself a cigar. I'm not smoking the cigar in the house. You kidding me? My wife will fucking kill me. But I'm going to cut a cigar for later. I'm going to go fix myself a drink. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll talk about whatever you want. You guys want to talk about Starfleet, Star Trek, Starfleet Academy? We'll talk about that. You want to keep talking about games? Let's talk about that. Andy Ackerman, wouldn't you love to know who the horse is, eh? You keep asking me all these different names. Dova saying, great point, Meg. Yeah, no, it's not my point. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. It's not me. I'm just literally just a parrot. I'm just telling you exactly what's happening over there and why it makes sense. And it's a great business strategy for Microsoft and Xbox. And that's what's going to continue moving them forward. And that should be a positive thing for Xbox gamers who want the ecosystem to continue to go forward, who want the new hardware, who want to have the community still alive and thriving. And that's exactly what you do want. And so it may not be exactly the way you wanted it to go, but you are still going to get everything there, and it's not going to affect your life whatsoever. Like, for example, if you were an only Xbox gamer, does it affect your life at all that I play Fable on the PS5? Would it? Not a chance. Has it affected anybody's life so far that I played Call of Duty on PS5 because my wife plays? My wife is obsessed with Call of Duty, right? She didn't like Battlefield. It's too realistic for her. She likes more like the goofy kind of, like she has a candy cane gun in the game and shit. You know what I mean? And it's like she loves it. She plays that hide and seek game. You know what the one I'm talking about? Prop Hunt. And so I had to buy Call of Duty on PlayStation. Because I'm not going to buy, what am I going to buy it twice? How stupid is that? Right? Did it affect any of my Xbox friends that I bought Call of Duty on PlayStation? No, it didn't. You know why? Because all my Xbox friends added me with the Activision ID or whatever, and I was playing with all my Xbox friends right there. Did anybody say, hey, you fucking pony, look at you? You know what I mean? Nobody cared. We just play. We're just there to play games. Nobody's there to console war and all that bullshit. Mag is a parrot. Yeah, thank you so much. Dova, Prop Hunt. Prop Hunt. It's awesome. It is awesome, but my wife is obsessed with it. Did anybody care? No, they didn't care. Because all my Xbox friends are right there. And then all my PlayStation friends are right there. And all my PC buddies are all right there. And we're just playing together and having a great time. How many streams did we do where I had entire squads of all maggots out there, all from different walks of life and all on different consoles and PC and whatever else. And we're all playing together. Nobody gives a shit. And that's what this channel's all about. We may comment and critique things and talk about it and do social commentary on all the different things that happen in the gaming industry. That's what we're here for. However, that being the case, you know what I mean? Now let's talk about Xbox. I think Xbox has a hell of a fucking year for us, folks. I think it's a great year. And even if you don't even own an Xbox, it's a hell of a year for their games. I saw some articles out there that some of the best-selling games on the PlayStation were Xbox games. I'm like, that's wonderful. I know some people turn that into some fanboy nonsense or whatever, but I'm like, why? It just means that if you're a PlayStation player, you're getting some great games that you weren't able to get before. I think that that's a positive thing. How would people look at that as some kind of like fanboy fodder? Is ridiculous. You know? So that's great. That's great. So some of the best-selling games on PlayStation have been Xbox games. Wonderful. Great. They're a publisher now. Remember that, right? They're a publisher. You should keep wanting more because you keep getting more games from them. Why not? And this year looks even better. The Developer Direct. We're going to see Fable. We're going to get that deep dive into Fable. I'm looking forward to that very much so. Forza Horizon 6. I mean, what am I going to say about Forza Horizon 6? I mean, it's going to be more beautiful. It's going to be a different locale. Hopefully they have some different mechanics. But at the end of the day, a racing game is a racing game is a racing game. We still know the basic gist of it. We know what we're going to get. But Fable, we don't know what we're going to get. Is this going to be Fable? Or is this going to be more Witcher 3? It's certainly not going to be God of War style. But, I mean, like, is it going to be Elder Scrolls-ish? Is it going to be Assassin's Creed Odyssey-like? You know what I mean? And so we really don't know that. And as a result of us not knowing that, That makes me excited. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see the deep dive. And we're all going to be watching it live right here on the channel. So it's not like I'm going to know before you guys. We're all going to watch it together and we're going to experience it together. And I'm super excited to see it. I can't wait to see what they're going to show about it. And God willing, I probably not. Although Cold was kind of hinting at it that they will not tell us when. They won't give us a release date at the Developer Direct. However, they'll give us the time of year it's coming out. I know some people were saying like February, March. That's not happening. I can absolutely tell you that right now. No, Magnum, it will not be like Hellblade. No, absolutely not. But I'm just saying, like, we don't know how much, like, we don't know how hardcore it's going to be, like, in terms of an RPG. Is it going to be like an RPG light, kind of like the Assassin's Creed series has become, you know, like Shadows and Valhalla, Origins, Odyssey, like that kind of thing, like an RPG light, or is it going to be more RPG heavy, like a Starfield or an Elder Scrolls or that kind of thing, or you know what I mean? Like we don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see what kind of a game we're dealing with. So it'll be very, very interesting. Hey, Cyber Gunther, what's going on, brother? And you're off work Thursday. Guess where you're going to be Thursday? Guess where you're going to be Thursday?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
You'll be right here watching us all together, watching the live reactions to the Developer Direct. So anyways, Forza's Forza. We know it. We know when it's coming. It's going to be May 19th, May 15th if you pay the extra money for it. Now, for Xbox players, if you have Game Pass, you will only have to pay the upcharge, which will be exactly like they did for Forza Horizon 5. You guys remember that? When if you had a Game Pass, you pay like an extra 20 or 30 bucks and you get the deluxe edition. And then you get it 4 days early, and you get all the DLCs. And they're not taking it out of Game Pass, so it'll stay there, so it doesn't really make a difference at the end of the day. So there's that. Or if you're on the PlayStation side of things, eventually when they release it, I don't know if it's going to hit day one or not. I'm not really sure. I haven't gotten any concrete evidence of anything. I know that they said that it would be released down the road, but they said they weren't sure. Even though Microsoft came out and said we won't be releasing it day one. But who the hell knows? I mean, they're still 4 months away. Things could change, right? It's it's a very fast-moving industry. You never know. All of a sudden in April, they might be like, oh, by the way, it is coming out day one or whatever. So that's why I'm leaving the door open. But either way, if you're a PlayStation player going to buy Forza Horizon 6, my guess is that if you wanted to, you're just going to have to pay the full. If it came out day one, you would have to pay for the premium to get it 4 day early. However, if the game does not come out there day one, you're just going to have to buy it regular down the road whenever it decides to come out. So either way, that's the story. Sergeant Essential, we're going to talk about that right now. Now, the other game that's being hinted at is the game by Double Fine called Kiln, and it's that game where you're fucking... Don't even get me started, okay? All right? Don't even get me started, because I'm not happy about it. I don't know.
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
Okay? I don't want to play a game as a clay pot. What are we talking about here?
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
You know what I mean? If you're going to blow the barn doors off, show us Gears E-Day. However, from what we're hearing, and we may be wrong, I don't know. There you go, Nick Nax, you'll buy the cheap-ass version on Black Friday. All right. Talos Ray, I'm glad you like my my little sound effect of from Sopranos.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
You know what I mean?
Lottie frickin' da! Lottie frickin' da!
Stupid fucking game.
Okay? I don't want to play a game as a clay pot. However, the word is, and we don't know for sure, Colt is hearing the same thing, but I know, dude, I want to put a beat on that. That would be really funny. Is that Gears E-Day is going to be shown at the Summer Games Fest, and then they're going to say, oh, by the way, it comes out in 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever, comes out in the end of August. That's where it seems to be heading. So anybody who didn't watch XNC on Monday, that's exactly what we talked about. And it seems that that's the direction it's heading. Now, anything could change. We all know that. I always have to put a disclaimer every time I open my fucking mouth because someone's going to come back and say, oh, well, it didn't come out exactly. You know, what? Fuck, you know what do you want me to do? Okay? They change on a dime, and I have to fucking hear about it. You know what I mean? So it's not even worth it. So I have to put a disclaimer with everything now and be like, listen, man, the word is that Gears E-Day is going to be E-Day. Gears E-Day is going to be shown at the Summer Games Fest. And if they showed something now, even better. I'll be just as surprised and just as happy. I'll be just as happy and just as surprised and be like, fucking right. I'm glad I'm wrong because I'm also wrong about Fable. And I said that Fable was not coming out in 2026. And I think there's no way it's going to come out in 2026. But apparently it is. And you know what? That's a happy accident. I'm very happy that I was wrong because I can't wait to play that game. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for fucking years for that game. So I'm excited to play it. If they gave us a teaser of Gears E-Day and said 26, whatever, at the Developer Direct, the one in 2 days, let's go. But most likely what's happening is that we're going to see Gears of War E-Day at the Summer Games Fest, and then they're going to announce a date after that. So somewhere in the range of August, probably the end of August, somewhere around the time that they launched Gears of War Reloaded. So somewhere around there. It'll stay out of the... Yeah, no, dude, they got horrible at marketing. Yeah, they're fucking terrible. Taylor Swift goes, I didn't want to play as a lighthouse either. Yeah, I know. I'm just busting balls. I have Fuzzy Tomato saying Keeper was surprisingly good. Listen, I love Double Fine. I actually love all their games. I just think it's funny. Like, I just, I'm just cracking jokes and whatever else because, first you play as a lighthouse and now all of a sudden the next game I'm playing is a fucking clay pot. What's next? I'm going to play as a shoe? Going on a grand adventure. Hold on, here. Look, what? Here, look. Here's the new game. Look. Here's the new game. Look. Here we go. First we were a lighthouse. Now we're a clay pot. Now I'm a fucking. Now I'm a Batman slipper. Okay. Look, I'm a Batman slipper. Going through my journey of life. Here's my Batman slipper. Going through my journey of life. There we go. All right, that's the new game. That's how they pitch it. That's the pitch. They're like, okay, guys, I need $50 million. Here's my new game. All right, what's the new game? Sit down. Let's talk. Okay, what's the new game? Hear me out. You're going to play as a Batman slipper. Say no more. Here's $50 million. Hey, Rock, how's it going? So we're looking at Gears E-Day, summer for a proper reveal with a proper breakdown in June with a release in August. That makes sense. Now, the Fable thing is completely up in the air, and the reason why is because, as we talked about on this channel a million times, is the release cadence for the rest of the year is insane. You've got Wolverine is going to take a lot of attention. People are not giving it enough credit. I mean, they are, but Wolverine is going to be a monster game. No pun intended. It's going to be a huge game. It's going to sell a lot. And the thing is, now I've heard this argument before, and people are writing some, whatever. But and they're like, oh, well, you could release a shooter the same time as Wolverine because they're two different genres. But the thing is, it's not a 2-for-1 deal. You got to pay for both with money that you earn. You got to pay for both, and it costs a shitload of money now. Games are expensive. So the thing is, if people can only afford one game a month, let's say, they're going to put one of those games on hold and make a decision, and I can guarantee you time and time again that Wolverine by Insomniac is going to be the one that people choose more of on the PlayStation platform, and that's where the majority of these sales are going to be to begin with. So therefore, it's not about the different genres. It's about taking away people's attention. Now, the thing is, don't rule out that Sony... You don't think Sony wants Microsoft games to do well? Xbox games to do well on Sony? Of course they do. Because they make a shitload of money for doing nothing. You see the scam? You see what's going on? It's a ploy. They're making billions of dollars for doing absolutely nothing, and they just happen to have their ecosystem there. Why do you think they sell so many consoles? Why do you think they want to sell so many consoles? You think they want to do that just for shits and giggles? They're doing that because they know they can make free money from other people putting their games on there. They're going to get that 30%. They get that 30% for doing absolutely fuck all. You look at Black Ops 6. 84% of Black Ops 6 sales were on the PlayStation 5. They made 30% off of every one of those sales. Forza Horizon 5, that's a Microsoft game. All right, or an Xbox game. Whatever you want to call it. Okay? Forza Horizon 5. 5 million copies on the PlayStation. Sony collected 30% for doing absolutely nothing. They are literally just being pimps. Bring it in. You know what I'm saying? You goddamn right, 78 Inc. He said it right now. He goes, they're making a lot of money off that piggy. Oh yeah. Sorry, I missed what Jesse James said. He goes, Sony piggybacks off IPs. Of course they do. Wouldn't you? I would do the exact same thing. And so it would behoove them, and of course, Microsoft, to release all those games nowhere near their own games. Because they want them to sell well on the PlayStation. Microsoft knows it. Sony knows it. So I think you release Gears of War in August. Give Wolverine a month. Give Gears of War a month to breathe. And then you release Wolverine. And then in October, you release Modern Warfare 4. Second week, no later than that. Just around the time for any of my Canadian brothers out there and sisters out there. Hey, Colin Prime, what's going on, buddy? Hey, hold on. Whoa. Before we continue. Colin Prime, he just got to the hospital today. Hopefully I won't have to go back for a while. I'm glad to see you out of the hospital, brother. Thank you so much. And hey, we're glad you're here with us.
Welcome to hell.
There you go. Rare achievement for getting out of the hospital, buddy. There you go. You got a rare achievement for that. Explore. Listen, man. I'm on a roll right now. You gonna stop me on a roll? Hey, Emperor Hound's in the house. That's my brother. How you doing, buddy? Exactly, OA. There you go. No risk and no 30% without any risk. So anyways, you do that. Okay? Forza Horizon in May 19th. Halo in the summer, which actually I'm surprised at, because Colt is saying that Halo's going to be coming in June, right? I thought it would have been better to release it like in November before GTA, because it's not going to take long to play it, because it's only the campaign. There's no multiplayer, right? So people can rip through that in like 4 or 5 days. I mean, well, they can finish it in like one day. But I'm saying, like, if you want to play with your buddies, you want to get all the achievements, or if you want to get trophies if you're playing on PlayStation, you could do all of that, and you could do all that for a little bit, you know, for like that week or so, maybe even 2 weeks before GTA 6. That's not going to affect anything, and I think that that's fine because the Xbox 25th anniversary just happens to be in the middle of November, right? So I thought it would go there, but apparently it's going to be June. I'm also okay with it. I don't really care because I want to play it. I'm going to be playing it day one. I can't wait to play it. I can't wait to go back in there and play it again. I love Halo, especially the first one. So now you got that locked up, right? Then you show Gears of War in June. Then they'll show it in June. You drop it in August, right? Then you drop in Wolverine. Because you got to keep in mind, it's no longer Sony versus Xbox. It's Sony working with Xbox. That's how it works now. Now they're working together. It's like when the Macho Man Randy Savage was getting the shit beaten out of him by like 6 guys, the Iron Sheik and like Nikolai Volkov back in like 85. And then like no one was helping him. And then all of a sudden Miss Elizabeth ran to the back. Here's a throwback for you guys. And Miss Elizabeth ran back to the dressing room and she came back out with Hulk Hogan pulling his arm saying, please help my husband. And then Hulk Hogan came in and he started kicking ass and he started kicking people and he started doing all that shit, doing the big leg drop and everything else. And then what ended up happening? Then for their own mutual benefit, Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan started working together. Of course, you can apply that to any wrestler all the way up until like last week. But you know what I'm saying? The same thing. Sony is not fighting with Microsoft. Microsoft is not fighting against Sony. They are working in tandem. They are working together. They are working in harmony because they are making a shit ton of money while everybody else is fighting like a bunch of baboons on Twitter or whatever. Anyways, Wolverine in September. Call of Duty in the second week of October. No later than that because Call of Duty needs a little more time because you want to get Season 1 out of like the multiplayer. You want to get the Season 1 out before GTA 6 drops. So that would give you about 6 weeks. All right? That's plenty of time for Call of Duty because people still stay locked in there. They'll get in there, they'll play part of the season, unlock a few skins, do a couple of the events around Christmas, this and that, and then go back to GTA 6, right? GTA 6 is the main. They'll still logging into Call of Duty, fuck around with their friends, play 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds, 11 rounds, whatever the fuck. And then after they've done that, all right, boys, I'm done. I'm a little multiplayered out. And what do? They jump back into their they jumped back into their hoopty ride, and then they're just driving around, bouncing around in Vice City again. You know what I'm saying? And so, but you want to give them that 6-week gap. Here's the outlier. Where do you put Fable? Fable's got no room, but apparently it's still coming. And as I presented to you the entirety of 2026 as it stands, where the hell do you put Fable? My personal choice? I would drop it in June. I would drop that in June and put Halo in November. Not Halo in June, and then we don't know where the hell they're going to put Fable. I want you guys to know. I want to see what you guys in the chat. I want to see you guys in the chat. I want you guys to write out what month. I want to see it all in there.
Oh, yeah. 78. Hank, let me tell you something. Yeah. Whenever I'm doing MAGGCAST, then I got the Pride Cup right here. It's here from Magnum. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, because he likes it. But all you know that the Pride Cup always rises to the top. Yeah. And then the rise to the top is going to come over here. And then I got a little special something for the 1-year anniversary. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We got some champagne in the house. But first, Mag's got to go take a pee, all right?
Cancel it. Muhammad, stop it. All right, folks, listen. On the high note that we've just done here, we're going to call the show. That's it for the end of the show. But however, we all know what happens now. Now comes the madness. So anybody looking to see just a video game podcast, you pretty much call it a day right now. You could tune out now because after this, We don't know what the hell we're going to talk about. We could talk about Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, have a few laughs. We might be talking about video games still. We may be talking about Avengers Doomsday. Who knows what we're going to talk about? And that's why people are like, Mag, you should put timestamps. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't even know what I'm saying. What timestamps? Hey, you're wicked odd. How you doing, buddy? Look who's in the chat. Yeah, look who's in the chat. Look who's in the chat. Look who's in the chat. It's your wicked odd, ladies and gentlemen. He's here. There he is. It's so funny. People ask me, not a lot of people, but some people are like, Mag, you got to put some timestamps. And I'm like, I don't even know what I said. What timestamps? I don't even know what I'm talking about. I mean, I know what I'm talking about, like, but you know what I mean? I don't even know what the hell. Like, I don't know what I talked about. I go like all over the place. It's like trying to catch It's like trying to catch a group of cats and throw them all in a bag. It's impossible. My cabinets? Well, you can see 5 of them, but it's not like I could pick them up. I can't pick up. Well, here's my other one. I can't like pick it up and bring it in the screen. But I mean, what you could see here, I've got. Let me see. My finger actually matches up here. That is my. That's my big buck hunter. I also don't have all my neon lights on, by the way, because if I turn on all the neon lights, it actually destroys like the picture quality. But anyways, we'll get back at that in 2 minutes. But like I said, I want to know what's going on in the chat. You guys let me know when I get back what month you would love to see Fable. All right? And then what we'll do is we'll make mental notes. Okay? And we're all going to keep tabs of this. And we'll talk about this all year on MAGGCAST when we finally get a release date for Fable. And we'll see who was right and we'll see who was wrong. And we'll call it there. And you know what we should do as a competition? Actually, I might do this. Fuck it. I got an idea. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Do not leave. I see all the people that are in the chat right now. If I see one number go down, I am coming. Maggots, you mark it down who left, and I'm coming after that person. Y'all stay here. Take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. We'll be doing some overtime. And I got an idea. It just came to me right now for a little bit of a competition. Remind me about it. Hey, Aero Nation, Magnum, I know you guys are moderators. Remind me when I get back about my contest I'd like to host. Okay? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. Keep your pants on. Here we are. Hey, Bean, how's it going, buddy? Now, before we get started here into overtime, I am cracking open. Oh my God, if I can even open it. I see you guys in the chat. You know, just because I stepped away for a few minutes doesn't mean I can't see what you guys are writing. I can't open it. That is insane. I guess it'll have to wait. But in the meantime, what's up, Lotus Esprit? How you doing, buddy? It's drink o'clock, so guess what? We're going to have some drinks. We're going to talk. Here's my idea. What we're going to do, because I have a sneaking suspicion that they're not going to actually say the release date for this game, okay? So what we're going to do, I'm going to put up a poll in the chat, or in my YouTube, whatever, okay? So y'all have to come visit it, okay? This is how we're going to do it. I'm going to put it up in there. Maybe not. I don't know. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. The mods can help me with this. I don't know. We'll see what we can start doing. And what it is, what we're going to do, is I want you guys to write down not just the month, the actual date. Like, so for example, if you say that it's coming out in April, then you have to put the exact date. So like April 17th or whatever. If you're saying it's coming out in September, honey, I can't open this fucking thing. See if you can open it. No, dude, it's like stuck, man. And if you open it, it's only because I loosened it. I know it's a twist off. So what we're going to do, you pick the exact date. So if you pick a month, whatever month it happens to be, then you pick the exact date. Whoever gets the closest day, like whoever gets it the closest, so when they finally release the date or whatever else, whoever got it closest, kind of like The Price is Right, right here in the Mag Show, will buy you a copy of Fable. Hey! All right, that's the competition we're going to do here, right here on this channel. So we'll figure it all out. I don't know if I can get this done before Developer Direct, but I have a feeling they're not going to say it during the Developer Direct anyway. So we'll see. But it doesn't matter for what it is. For PC, for Xbox, for PlayStation, whatever. Okay? Whoever gets the date closest, I will buy you Fable, courtesy of the Mag Show. Now, considering that, we're going to be drinking some champagne. My wife brought home a little bottle of champagne for me. I'm going to pour myself a glass of bubbly here in celebration of the 1 year. There it is. So, I'm going to make a little toast for everybody. Yeah, Magnum, I'm going to figure out when we're going to do this, and then we're just going to write it all down. We're going to write it all down. Get all those dates in there, and whoever wants to participate in all that, whoever gets the closest to, I buy you a copy of Fable. That's how we're going to run it, okay? Now, cheers to 1 year, and cheers to all of you for making this happen, because without you, I could not make this happen. This wouldn't be here without you, but here we are, and it's amazing. So thank you so much for being here, and a champagne toast to all the maggots, to all the watchers, to all the listeners, to all the supporters, to everybody out there. Like I said, I couldn't have done any of this without you. I love you all. Thank you so much. To all the maggots, I appreciate you. And a happy anniversary, not just to me, but to all of you as well. Thank you so much. And let's get a little bit of disco music in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's get some disco going. Oh, baby.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
That's what I'm talking about. Cheers to everybody. Cheers to 1 year and to many, many more. Oh, that is some fine champagne. Gave me that little, you know when you get those, like shivers when you take your first drink? Thank you, Grandpa Barbecue. I appreciate you, buddy. You know what's funny? I know this sounds really stupid. Hey, Spare Eyebrows has finally joined. What's up? Where you been? Destructo, without question. 78 Inc. I can't play the Snoop Dogg track because even last week I got a copyright strike for playing the fucking Mortal Kombat song. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. If any mod is free out there, I know I'm asking a lot from you guys. I know I really shouldn't be asking a lot from you guys, but I am. Can anybody start marking down all these dates that I see? I mean, I can't keep track of all of it. I could take pictures of it or something, but like I can't keep track of it while I'm doing the show. You know what I mean? Start saying some of those. I could screenshot some of it, but if there's some way that someone was able to, because I only got like 4 or 5 in here, unless I missed one. But we'll do an official way of doing it. Okay, there'll be an official way of doing it. You know what I mean? And then we'll do an official thing, and then everybody just writes down their dates. Whoever's the closest, I'll buy you the game. And Bradward, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, whatever, man. Canadian, American, UK, I don't give a fuck. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Everybody's been jumping on the gun. All of a sudden, I'm like, I can't do this. I can't keep taking pictures of the screen, so we're gonna have to do it another way. We'll figure it out. What I might do is do a separate post, like on my YouTube channel. That's what we'll do. I'll do it tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow morning. So everybody, keep your eyes peeled. Whenever I get up tomorrow morning, at some point, I'm gonna do the post. Okay, so everybody in the chat that's listening to now and listening to it later, go to my channel. If you're listening to it even after the fact, go to my channel. You'll see that I'll put a post up there. And when I put that post up there, I want you to, in the comments section, put in your date. That's how we're going to do it. Because it'll never go away, and it's there for everybody to see no matter what. So forget me taking screenshots and all this other shit. Forget it. What we're going to do is do that, okay? I'll do the post on YouTube tomorrow. And then you guys in the comments all put the date. Okay? And when you put in the date, it's there, it's official, and YouTube will never erase it. It's always there so we can prove it. So if anybody wants to argue and be like, no, dude, I said this day and I said this day, fuck it. You can't argue if it's there in black and white. And I'll even take a screenshot of it and whatever. And whoever's the closest, whatever. Whoever gets the closest, I'll buy you Fable, and that's all there is to it. All right? So hang on to your predictions. Rock, I just had some Henkel champagne. Henkel Piccolo champagne to honor the 1 year. And then I'm going to move on to something a little lighter. I'll save the heavier shit for the weekend, but I'm going to go with Michelob Ultra because it's nice and light. Still getting drunk though. Dude, we'll know. I'll know if it's edited. It shows up as edited. So you can't change it. Can't fuck with it. Because if you try to fuck with it, it'll say edited. And I'll give everybody 24 hours. That's it. You got 24 hours to get your thing in there. And after that, I'm going to shut it down so it's locked. See? That's why I have these wonderful people in this community that can actually do this. See? The Great Wad. No edited comments to win. There you go. Because you know someone could get in there and just be like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? And like change the day by like 4 days or something, and then all of a sudden they win. Not happening over here, ladies and gentlemen. So anyways, like I said, we have a basic roadmap for where everything is going. It's just Fable. It's just we don't know, like, because first of all, I had no idea this game was going to come out this year. And now that it is coming out this year, or at least presumably is coming out this year. Hey, what's up, Big? What's up, Big Lou? How you doing, buddy? Oh my God, Muhammad, you watched that video? See, Muhammad is just saying in the chat he watched that video about the ROG Ally X that Skill Up did. Holy shit, dude. He fucking shredded that thing. Holy man, it was 21 minutes. That was a long-ass video. Now, he didn't say that the hardware's bad. He's like, the hardware's great. He goes, it's an amazing piece of technology. He's like, but... And then the butt went on for 18 minutes. And I was like, holy crap. Brandon, we're going to do it when I put up a poll tomorrow. Or not a poll. I'm going to put up a post on my YouTube channel. And it'll come up as a notification for you guys. And that's why it's good. Because then when you get the notification for it, you'll see it and you can go right to it and then put in your date. All right? So, yeah. Yeah, Muhammad, no shit, eh? Like, I watched that. So it's like he talked some good things. He's like, listen, it's a nice piece of hardware. It's very powerful. This and that, whatever. The thumbsticks are good. He liked the bumpers on it and the triggers were good. And then... Skill Up, if anybody didn't see this, and if you guys know who Skill Up is, he's a huge gaming YouTuber. And then he went on for 18 minutes just shredding the fuck out of the ROG Xbox Ally X because he finally released his review after playing it for 2 months. And oh my god, it was like a massacre. I was watching that video. I'm like, is this guy fucking serious? I'm like, holy shit, he does not like that thing. Lotus Esprit, just type in Skill Up and it'll show up right away. Or on YouTube, just type in Skill Up ROG Xbox Ally or whatever. Or if someone has the chance, you can drop a link in there. But yeah, yeah. And that's surprising because like I know that Skill Up is a big fan of handheld consoles. Like he has all of them. But I mean, mind you, he's also got like 1 million plus subscribers. So odds are pretty good. He gets them all for free. And he probably got the ROG Xbox Ally for free. When you're that big and you're that big of an influencer, you're not paying for shit. You know what I mean? You're not paying for nothing. Like, look at, for example, like even Jez Corden. Jez Corden used to review, I don't know if he still does the reviews, but he used to do the reviews for all the headphones, different headphones. And he's like, I got like 7 or 8, 9 pairs of headphones lying around the house because they keep sending him headphones to review for Windows Central, right? So it's like, holy fuck. There you go, Lotus Esprit. There it is. Thank you, Aero Nation. One of my fantastic, magtastic mods out there, Aero Nation, has dropped the link to the Skill Up video there if you want to see it. And don't watch it now, okay? Watch it after. So yeah, so the only outlier for 26 is a Fable, and where do you put it? Everything else is a pretty solid guess. Like, I mean, we have a pretty good idea where this is all going to land, right? So, yeah. You know what I mean? So, like, but the only one that, like I said, I can't figure out is that. And so, I don't know. We're going to have to see. So, we'll take it from there. Yeah, Bradward Fight. The video starts by making fun of the name. Yeah, it is a stupid fucking name, man. They could have called it something cooler. I don't know. What could you have called it? Now that I'm thinking about it, what could you have called the Xbox ROG Ally X? Bean, you're still saying February, March? Dude, that's ballsy, man. I think it's too soon. I mean, if it is, great. But at the same time, fuck you, because it's also Resident Evil time, okay? Come on, man. See, the thing is, Aero Nation, ROG Maverick sounds cool, but the thing is, you want the brand recognition of Xbox in there. So you're going to want to call it ROG, or sorry, you're going to want to call it something with the name Xbox in it, because if Xbox is like, okay, here's, you know, this is a third-party Xbox handheld, you want the name Xbox in there so that people associate it with the brand. They're like, oh, I can play Game Pass on this thing, or whatever, right? So we have to keep the name Xbox in it. Okay, so guys, you know we're off the rails now, right? We're at the 3-hour mark. We can talk about whatever we want, so we're going to do that right now. Nick Nax is saying the Xbox Mini. All right, it's kind of cute. Why do you have to fucking say shit like that? Bradward Fight is playing Resident Evil Village. That is a Resident Evil game. No hand-holding. Dude, it's a fucking great game. It's such a good game. By the way, you know, guys, I'm such a fraud. Not a fraud, but I'm such a stan for Resident Evil. If you watch the Resident Evil Requiem whatever showcase that they did, they also announced that on the Switch 2, not only are we getting Resident Evil Requiem, but they're also releasing the deluxe editions of Resident Evil 7 Biohazard and Resident Evil 8 Village. And you ready for this? For $120 Canadian, so that works out to $100 US, give or take, maybe $99.99 US dollars. Hey, Dallas LeBeau. Dallas is in the house. How you doing, Dallas? How are you, brother? Listen, man, I know you've been going through some shit, man. Just let me know how you're doing, all right? Let me know how you're doing. 1500's in the house. How you doing? He goes, Resident Evil Village was added to Game Pass yesterday. As a matter of fact, it was. And on top of that... Oh, Grandpa Barbecue. We're going to get to that in a minute. And on top of that, Game Pass also got one of the most criminally underrated and overlooked games of the last 5 years, Star Wars Outlaws. Hey, Satius, how you doing, buddy? And he's saying, Mag, it's $89 on Amazon. Okay, I'm assuming you mean 89 US. What they're doing is they're launching they're calling it like a Legacy 3-pack. So you can get Resident Evil 7 Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. You can get Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil Requiem, at least in Canadian prices. It's $120 for all 3 games on the Switch. That includes the new one. That includes Requiem. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What? I'm in. Let's go. I'm buying that. I'm buying that for the Switch too. And you know what? You ready for this, folks? Okay. I got 1,000 out of 1,000 on Resident Evil 7 Biohazard on Xbox. I got 1,000 out of 1,000 on Resident Evil Village on Xbox. I got the Platinum Trophy for 7 on PlayStation. And I got the Platinum on Resident Evil Village. I am going to go and get 100% of completion because they don't have achievements or trophies on the Switch. However, they do have in-game rewards. Like it actually has like an achievement list or whatever, but they're in-game achievements. I'm going to get 100% on Resident Evil 7, 8, and Requiem all on the Switch too because I'm a stan who can't stop because Resident Evil is the greatest series to ever be made. Period. Bar none. Bring it on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm buying that 3-pack, the Legacy Pack, or whatever the hell it's called, for the Switch too. I can't wait. So yeah, and the thing is, I'm also traveling to Germany, and I may or may not, I'm not 100% sure yet, I'm going to be traveling up north for a week in August. I always do that with my family. We have a family reunion every year. 20 of us go up north, and we spend an entire week at a cottage. Beautiful place. And, well, you guys saw me there last year. I did a video up there when I was up there and all that shit and whatever, and maybe some pictures here and there on Twitter. And I might be going to LA. So I'm going to be flying a few times this year. Germany's going to be like, what, a 6-hour, 7-hour flight, whatever the hell it is. I'm flying to Munich in September. And then, so I'm going to need my handheld. So I'm taking the Switch 2 with me. And because it's all Wi-Fi on the plane and all that shit, whatever, I'm going to be playing Resident Evil on the plane, there and back. I don't care, whatever it takes. Or just be able to play Resident Evil while I'm lying in bed or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. I'm going to get the 100% completion and all that. So that Legacy Edition Resident Evil Requiem pack with Village and Biohazard and, of course, Requiem all in one package for 120 Canadian dollars. Sign me the fuck up. I'm there day one. I can't wait. What do you mean, remember Buff Mag? I still am. I'm bigger than I was before. Mind you, this shirt is a little poofy. I remember Buff Mag. Dude, I am Buff Mag. I just weighed myself. I'm 198 pounds. And at this point now, I'm less than 20% body fat. It's all muscle. I got a 6-pack. and everything at 50 years old. Can you imagine that shit? But I work hard. It's not like it fucking like comes for free. What do you think I was doing like right before I did MAGGCAST tonight? I had to take my son to Ninja, which I always do every Tuesday night. He's got Ninja training Tuesday nights. My son does Ninja and parkour training, so he is remarkable. Like, the shit that he can do is unreal. He's only 13 years old, and I've literally watched him swing from one bar to another bar like 10 feet off the ground and like almost 9 feet across, like flying through the air 9 feet and grab onto another pole, holding his whole body weight with only just one arm and all that shit. He can run up. He can run up vertical ramps and then jump off the vertical ramp and do the parkour shit and stuff. It is amazing. But anyways, after I dropped him off at Ninja, I came back home and I worked out. I did cardio for 35 minutes and then I pumped iron, did my ab training, do my chin-ups and shit, and then I come live on the air. Why do you think I'm so fucking jacked when I come on the air? I don't mean jacked like physically jacked. I mean like mentally. I'm insane because like all of the endorphins and everything are just rushing through my body but when I come on here, I'm at like my full pump, right? So like that's why I'm always so like, I got so much energy. And regardless of what people think, by the way, working out doesn't make you tired. Working out gives you way more energy. Scott Gamer Dude, hey! He goes, you got a six-pack at 50, I got a cake at 57. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go! Batman, the buff and the bald. Batman, the buff and the bald, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're talking about. By the way, we're going to talk about Batman right now. We're going to talk about it. Yeah, I saw Death Stranding, but wasn't Death Stranding already on Game Pass? Because that's where I played it the first time. Because I never bought it for PlayStation 4. I was just like, I don't know if this is for me or this and that. And then Death Stranding, I believe, came on Game Pass, and that's where I first played it because I'm like, well, I already got Game Pass, I might as well try it. And so I tried it. Glinzer, exercise equals eat more, drink more, sleep better. Certainly do. McLovin in the chat is saying, I can't get 4XP Gaming enough props. They fixed the discount code for me, and I got a free shipping as well, and they are working with me for the special shipping that I need. There you go. They are a wonderful group of people. Okay, Scott Gamer Dude is laying it out for me. He goes, it was on PC Game Pass and not Xbox Game Pass. Okay. I swear it was on regular Xbox Game Pass, like the base game. Emperor Hound, yeah, we need it. Well, we are kind of getting a new Arkham game. Now, speaking of which, I'd like to point out anybody who's catching the show late because we're just in overtime. We're just shooting the breeze now, folks, so we're just having some fun. So now it's just all about engaging with the audience, and we're just going to, talk and whatever else. Astrobot on the Portal is amazing, bro. Lotus Esprit, you're 100%, man. And the beauty is that the Portal is on the Pro. I said the Pro. I meant the Portal. The Portal has all the same haptic feedbacks and all the rumble controls and all the kind of stuff that you get on the like the console controller. So you're getting the exact same experience, and it is fucking magical, dude. Yeah, it's such a good game. Magnum, he goes, I just assumed you got on the nose beers before the podcast. It's funny you say that, because when I talk a lot, sometimes my nose, like, because, I'm so animated, right? I'm always moving, I'm always doing this, I'm always like this, I'm shifting my chair, I'm sliding around, whatever. And then, like, sometimes my nose, it kind of rubs on, like, the top of the microphone, and it gets itchy. So a lot of people see me, and I go like this a lot, right? So like all of a sudden, like in like the middle of the podcast, I might be like, and I keep going like this with my nose, and I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, I bet you $1 million everybody thinks I'm fucking jacked on coke right now. Just because I'm constantly touching my nose when I'm like doing podcasting, but I assure you, I don't do any drugs. I don't even smoke weed. And weed has been legal up here for years. Oh, even when it was illegal, nobody gives a fuck. But I'm just saying, like, even then, like, I never touched this stuff. I just was like, I tried it a few times, and I was just, it wasn't really my thing. Like, this was always my thing. So yeah, I don't do any drugs at all. Like, none. I don't even experiment with them. Never have, never will. Was never really my thing, so. Destructo's asking in the chat, he goes, are you expecting a shadow drop at Developer Direct? To be quite honest, no. Now, it's funny you mention that. Hey, Nate Dogg, how you doing, buddy? There, Nate Dogg's in the house. Get a little funk music for my Nate Dogg out there. This is for Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg, hey. We got a Snoop Dogg shirt in the house. We got a little G-Funk going on. And we got Nate Dogg in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, do you want to go to war? Interestingly, that you mentioned that about a shadow drop, Destructo. And the reason why it's interesting is because all this talk about Fallout 3 Remake keeps cropping up. It's like a bad habit that just won't go away. It's like a cockroach that you keep trying to kill, but it keeps coming back. But we have no evidence. I mean, we have evidence the game exists. I know 100% that. I'm saying we have no clarification or evidence of when this game is going to be released. Now, there's a possibility. I know Colt kind of hinted at it. I don't want to speak for the man. But he did kind of like allude to it a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's coming out 2027. But I think that's too late. It would have been a way better idea to shadow drop it right here at the Developer Direct. They still might. You never know. Who the fuck knows? Might shock the living hell out of us. But wouldn't that be awesome? You're in the middle of Fallout Season 2. You're right at basically like the climax of the season, all that kind of stuff, your season finale and all that shit. And then on top of that, you got some hype going on with Fallout. I think I'll tell you right now where it's sitting. Hold on. Because I got it right here. Oh shit. They added First Blood to the classic movie section of Paramount Plus. How am I supposed to not watch that now? It's Rambo. Okay, let's go take a look at the top 10 here. Number 1 is Landman. No surprise. Taylor Sheridan is a fucking genius. Oh, wow. They added Running Man. Oh, shit. The remake. I kind of want to watch that. I mean, even though it's not Schwarzenegger. I mean, what are we talking about here? You know what I mean?
Come on.
You know?
Do it.
Do it.
Come on. Do it now.
I mean, it's no Schwarzenegger. Or as he says, an Austrian, by the way. And of course, I've been, kind of brushing up on my German and Austrian because, of course, I have to go to Munich next year. It's his actual name is pronounced Schwarzenegger. So if anybody wanted to know how you actually say his name is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not Schwarzenegger. It's Schwarzenegger. That's how you say his name. Aeronation is saying it's pretty damn good. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was always a fan of the original. I watched it 1,000 times. I mean, like, come on. Hey, Killian! Here's your Sub-Zero! Now! Plane Zero! Hey, Christmas tree! Yeah, exactly. That's right, Bean. Yeah, great lines. And you better leave enough room for my fist, because I'm going to shove it in your stomach and rip out your goddamn spine!
Come on. Do it. Come on. Do it now.
Right? Where's Fallout? Okay, Fallout is not Paramount Plus, so it seems like it must be on Amazon Prime. So let's go back to there. Okay, it's on the front page. Let's look at the top 10. Where's the top 10, you fuck? Oh, by the way, they also showed that the Crow remake is on Amazon. Guys, do yourself a favor and punch yourself in the balls repeatedly for an hour and a half instead of watching that movie. It was a fucking abortion. Thank you, Emperor Hound. I tried my best. I can't really do it on the mic as well, but you know. Okay, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Fallout is number 1 on Amazon Prime. Would this not be the best opportunity and the best time? Lotus is spree. He goes, I'm about to fall out of my chair with all these jokes. Would this not be the best time to release a Fallout 3 remake in the middle of the fact that Amazon Prime Fallout is the number 1 streamed show in Canada? I don't know about the US because this is Canada website, right? It's the Canada access point. And for me personally, I'll tell you this right now. I don't like Fallout 4. I didn't like. I played it. I finished it. I didn't like it. Fallout 76, not for me. Fallout 3 was the best Fallout for me personally. I loved Fallout 3. I thought it was a great game. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a great game. It was interesting. I was not used to playing those kind of games. And I remember, you guys ready for this? I rented it from Blockbuster Video. Yeah, you heard that correct, ladies and gentlemen. I rented it at Blockbuster Video because I had finished everything they had on the rack, all right, for the 360 and the PS3, because the PS3 was like on a separate rack with all the blue Blu-ray boxes. God, I remember that. That was so fucking good, man. And then like on the other side, they had the green, which is all the Xbox 360 games. And I had played everything. I had played all the 360 games and all the PS3 games. So I'm like, well, what am I going to do now? And so on the Xbox side, I saw Fallout 3, and I'm like, well, let me give it a try. So I played Fallout 3, and I'm like, you know what? This is not my thing. I'm not really into these, like, you know, first-person sort of RPG, shooter, this and that, whatever. I didn't know what the fuck it was. And I was just like, okay. So I played it, and I'm like, this is actually pretty cool. I kind of enjoyed this. So that being the case, I liked Fallout 3. To get a full remaster of that, like with the, you know, the coat of paint, like the Unreal Engine 5 coat of paint or whatever the hell they call it, I'm in. But I'm in also has to be in terms of timing. And I think that right now, no one is going to say that Fallout Season 3 is going to be ranked number 1 on Amazon Prime. It might not be. So now would have been the perfect time to do it. I think that, but if they're going to wait an entire another year, I don't know, man. I think that's, I mean, you can't force development. It's not like I could force the game to come out a year early. You know what I'm saying? Nate Dogg is saying that was the best gen. Oh, dude. It was pretty fucking hot, man. 360 and PS3, and like the PS3 was like a golden goose. Like no one could get one for a while. You know, they were expensive and this and that or whatever. And then whenever you went to Blockbuster, they put all the priority on Xbox because everybody was getting Xbox. Everybody was getting Xbox 360s. And PS3 was kind of like an anomaly. So, there was, like, you go to the PS3 section, they only had like 15 games there, maybe even 12 games. And then the Xbox side had like 300 games over there. It was crazy how things just literally turned around in the complete other direction, man. It was crazy. Yeah, Nate Dogg is saying Bethesda's petty as fuck for blocking Obsidian out of the IP. Yeah, dude. The Wii as well. Yep. Yeah, Bradward, Fallout 76 was not for me, man. And neither was Fallout 4. I tried, man. I really tried to love Fallout 4. I know Colt Eastwood, like, you know, he's got such a hard-on for it, whatever, and he's got like 476,000 hours into it and whatever, and I can't fucking do it, man. I can't. I mean, I did it. I played the game and I played it and I finished it, but I fucking hated it. You want me to say it? I fucking hated it. I didn't like it. I thought that Fallout 3 was the better game. Fallout New Vegas, good story. Terrible gameplay. Just saying. I see a lot of rest in peace Brandon Lee's in the chat. Yeah, man. Brandon Lee was a fucking legend, bro. And I mean, he only did a couple of movies, and it's really sad that it ended that way. But the Bruce, you know, but the Lee family curse, man. The Lee family curse is a real fucking thing, man. And it's unfortunate because his career was just getting started. Absolutely, Nate Dogg. You're 100% right. Of course they clashed on Fallout. So I got a video I got to watch tomorrow because this is something I might want to... something I want to check out. But Clownfish TV, I don't know if you know who this guy is. Clownfish TV is pretty major YouTuber. Like, we're talking like almost 1 million subs at this point. And he just released a video a couple of minutes ago saying, rest in peace, Micro Slop. He's not a gaming thing. It's about, like, he's talking about Microsoft. An epic anti-Windows 11 rant. So something must have happened with Windows 11 that I need to watch. But I'll watch it later. And we got 80 Storm here. He sent me a DM. I'm going to read this out loud because it's very nice. He says, "Hey mate, not sure you saw my message on Livecast, but congrats on your first year of YouTube. I hope it's progressing as fast as you'd like, and I'll do my best to support you when streaming. However, work is generally on the same time. Anyway, excellent job and continuing to be magnificent." Thank you so much, 80 Storm. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Arrow Nation, I see your DM. We'll talk about it later, okay, dude? All right. So, anyways. Subscribed. Pause. Yeah, man. Brad, we're Friday saying last week Todd said complimentary things about Obsidian. No. We're not talking about now, Brad. I think we're talking about back then when the game was being basically divvied up between different studios. I think that there were different philosophies as to where they wanted things to go. And I think as a result of that, I think there was a lot of butting of heads, so to speak. So, yeah, you know what I mean? There's a lot of that. So who the hell knows? But yeah, Fallout 3 Remake would have been a remaster, not a remake. Remaster now would have been the perfect time to do Strike While the Iron's Hot. I literally showed you with my phone. I put it up to the screen, and I showed you guys that Fallout is the #1 streaming show in Canada. I would imagine because Canada were basically the same as the US in a lot of ways, I would imagine that it's probably about the same. Doing incredibly well. Magnum! He's talking about Redfall. Yeah. Okay, guys, this is what we're going to do, okay? Because it's late at night right now, let's start crank calling Colt Eastwood live on the air. Should I do that? Wouldn't that be funny? Should I call him? I should call him live on the air. And it'd be like, "Hey, buddy, what you doing? You in your PJs?" It's like, "Meg, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, no, nothing. I'm just making sure everything's good." "Are you live on the air?" No. No, there's not nearly 1,000 people watching after the fact. We're just me here alone by myself. Just want to make sure you're good. What are you wearing right now? Can you imagine how funny that would be? Mag? And then, like, you hear his wife in the background. "Is that Mag again? Has he been drinking again?" It's like, "Yeah, twice a week, baby. Come on, do it. Do it now." There's a grumpy old fart. Grumpy old fart saying it.
Come on.
He's
come
saying
on.
it.
Do it. Do it. Come on. Do it now.
How funny would that be? I can't do that to him, man. Come on. I mean, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what the OA. Hey, let's see what he's saying. He's saying, "Mag, do you think if it was an Elder Scrolls show, Bethesda would have something ready to ship?" Oh, no, absolutely not. No. Elder Scrolls is not ready to ship. It's still going to be 2027 and beyond, if not beyond that. But we're not 100% sure about the polishing phase. I know that... I know as a fact... Okay, I'm going to tell you something, guys, I shouldn't tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. And you guys know by now I've evolved over the last year since I've been doing the show. I've been doing the channel. Excuse me, not doing the show, doing the channel. And I've evolved over the last year where I no longer report on all of the, the inside stuff and whatever else and, all the little insider information things. And the reason why, and I told you guys before why, it's not fucking worth it. It's not worth it. Because what happens is a company says, okay, well, we're doing this, this, and this, and this. And I'm like, all right, cool. Right? And then what happens? All of a sudden, then the business director walks in the door and goes, hi, everybody, turn your hearing aids up. Okay, listen, instead of April 11th, we're changing it to June 6th because that's going to have a bigger financial impact for our investors, so we're changing the date. Then all of a sudden, guess who gets shit on? Not Microsoft, not Sony, not Insomniac, MAG. MAG gets shit on because I said it, and I'm like, why the fuck am I getting all the grief? Why don't you talk to them? They're the ones who changed the date, or they changed the business plan, or they changed whatever, and they have. And I know they have. Like, for example, the Marcus Phoenix collection. I'll bring that up a million times. Like the Marcus Phoenix collection. I've talked about that a thousand times before, a million times before. What ended up happening with the Marcus Phoenix collection? Right? It was supposed to be all 3 games launched for $70, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then you know what they ended up doing? Then they ended up going to it and they said, listen, we're going to hit our margins on this. We're going to split it up into 3 and we're going to sell them for $40 a piece. So what we're going to do is instead of making $70, we're going to make $120. However, what they didn't factor in is that it fucking flopped. Unfortunately, because in my opinion, the first Gears of War is the best game of the series. Best game in the series, excuse me. Followed very closely by Gears of War 2, and then nothing else comes close to it. Gears of War 1 and 2 were 10 out of 10 masterpieces. And when I played Reloaded with my wife, okay, she's a huge Gears of War fan too. And that's why Gears of War E-Day, I got to buy it on PlayStation. I got no choice. But who gives a shit? Because even if you're on Xbox and I'm playing on PlayStation, guess what? We're going to play together anyway because it's cross-platform, so it doesn't really make a difference. But anyways, I had to buy it on the PlayStation because she didn't own an Xbox. She owns a PlayStation 5 only because my wife's a pony. I live in a house full of ponies, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying?
Ma, the meatloaf!
You know?
Fuck!
Anyways, the point is, when I played Gears of War Reloaded, I was like, this game is so fucking good. And I'm like, I played it so many times before because I played the original, I played the remastered, and then I played the Reloaded. So it's kind of going to be like how Halo is. Like, you know how we're playing Halo Campaign Evolved? I already played the original Halo. I played the Halo remake when it came out with the Master Chief Collection or the Anniversary Edition, whatever it was called. And now I'm about to play the exact same thing all over again with Halo Campaign Evolved, and I'm more than happy to do it. I love it. Anyways, the point is that it totally sucks that it didn't sell well. It didn't move. It didn't even actually get much engagement on Xbox. Why? Because the exact same day, which was absolutely ludicrous. I don't know who the fuck came up with this idea. On the exact same day that Gears of War Reloaded launched on Xbox, they decide, hey, we're going to launch Helldivers 2 on Xbox, which ended up selling, by the way, well over 1 million copies on the Xbox platform. So guess what? People weren't playing Gears. They were all playing Helldivers 2 on Xbox. On the PlayStation side, it didn't sell well because it wasn't a new game. It was just a remaster, right? I think Gears of War E-Day is going to do much, much better. I'll be there day one. I can't wait to play it. But anyways, the point is that I had reported about the Marcus Phoenix collection, which I had been hearing about since late 2023. And I know guys who were literally playing the game, and they're like, "Yo, dude, I'm literally sitting in front of the monitor, and it's running in front of me, and I can see it here, whatever." And he's reporting the shit to me, right? So I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And then they decided to split the game up. But who got all the shit for it? Did Microsoft get all the shit for it? No. MAG got all the shit for it. Like I had anything to fucking do with it. All they did was report what they were doing. And you know what? It was what they're doing. But now, funny enough, now that we're talking about how the Reloaded did not do well, there's a possibility they might not even do it at all. Now, the other thing that we did hear about Halo, by the way, there's another thing that we've been hearing about, is that they may actually remaster the entire trilogy, right? Well, spoiler alert, they have. It's just a matter of them completing the project and then, of course, releasing it whenever they decide to release the games. They have been working on it. And the reason why they haven't discussed it all, all of it just yet, because A, they haven't given a release date, and the second reason is they need to see how it performs. And that, of course, will determine whether they even bother releasing 2 or 3. If Halo 1 Campaign Evolved does very well on PlayStation and Xbox and PC, then they will go ahead with Halo 2. Then they will go ahead with Halo 3. But they have to wait to see how Campaign Evolved does first. Now, the thing is, I know that Sony's kind of pushing a little hard on the advertising, because I remember when they announced it, I went to the PlayStation Store and splashed right on the front page of the PlayStation Store was Master Chief like this with his big-ass gun, and he's sitting there, and I'm like, yo, I took a picture of it, by the way. I know it seems kind of stupid, but I took a picture of it anyway on my monitor, and I took a picture of it, I'm like, if I took a fucking time machine, 1.21 gigawatts, and went back in time 3 years ago, let's say, not even 2 years ago, before anybody knew about, I knew about Project Latitude, but before anybody else started knowing about Project Latitude, and I showed you a picture of Master Chief on the front page of the PlayStation Store advertising Halo, you would have shit yourself sideways and ripped your own face off like Terrifier 3. There's no way you would have believed me. Right? But anyways, it is what it is. And we've got Lady Gamer in the house! Lady Gamer. How you doing, Lady Gamer? How are you? It's great for you to come and join us while we're we're at the 3.5 hour mark. And of course, this is the 1 year celebration of the Mag Show. And as a result of that, we've been drinking, and we've been drinking champagne, we've been drinking beer. So, if some of my shit doesn't make sense, that's usually me sober. But like when I start getting a little drunker as time goes on, things might get a little wild. But you know how it is. You know how it is. We got Struggle Boxing in the chat. What's up, Struggle Boxing? He's getting jiggy with it. Well, you know what? You want to get jiggy with it, brother? Let's get jiggy with it. Let's hit it up. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
What an idiot!
Okay.
Stupid the fucking game.
This is for Struggle Boxing.
Stupid the fucking game.
There you go. And Boom Chow's in the chat, too. He says, congratulations on the 1 year, Mag. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. And Colt Eats Wood is in the house. There you go. Colt Eats Wood is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I don't want to do it tonight, but you know what we should do? What about your Fallout Boy, Meg? We should, one of these nights, when we do like one of these like late night drunken like podcast things, whatever the hell you want to call this. We're not even podcasting anymore. The podcast ended an hour ago. So if anybody wants to stop now, okay? Because we're just talking shit now. Now we're just chit-chatting with the community. We're just talking about stuff. All right? But we should totally crank call Colt Eastwood. Not Colt Eats Wood. Colt Eastwood. We should crank call him. Like, how funny would that be? Z Birdman, we'll talk about Avengers Doomsday in just a moment. I'm just checking social media to see if Colt is still online. Let's see what's going on. Let me go get another beer. I'll be right back. So, I got this thing for my 50th birthday last year. And yes, I'm turning 51 next month, okay? So I'm already, it is what it's going to be, man. There's nothing I could do about it. My birthday is next month. I'll be turning 51. However, when I turned 50, I got this very cool thing from my neighbors. These are the neighbors that I was talking about. You know what I was telling you about? I was asking about. They're all Switch owners and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, hey, you guys gonna buy the Switch too? And they're all like, fuck that, not for that price. And so like nobody bought a Switch too. Those are the people I'm talking about. We hang out together, we party, we drink, we dance till 5 a.m, believe it or not. I know it sounds crazy, but we totally do. And we just dance all night and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really funny. Brandon saying, call him from your wife's phone. That would be even worse. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if like his wife sees like a woman calling him? Dude, we can't do that. Magnum, believe it or not, he does not swear. Very rarely, like a little bit here and there. But we're not going to get into... I can't get into the personal stuff because Colt and I have, we talk in outside of this community in the real life or whatever. I can't get into all that stuff, However, now, getting back to my 50th birthday. So I got this really cool thing. It's called like a drink smoker. Do you guys know what this thing is? You know what this is? So like you can get like whiskey or whatever, and like all these different drinks and all that kind of jazz. And then you put this thing on top of it, and then you get like this like blowtorch, and you like have all these different flavored, like these little flavored wood chips, right? And you like, and you blowtorch the shit out of it, right? And the thing has like a suction thing that sucks the smoke into the drink. So like if you're having like a whiskey on the rocks, and then what happens is like I got like all these different flavors, like a pecan and cherry and walnut and whatever the fuck, right? And those flavors, like that smoky pecan flavor goes into the whiskey, so that when you pull it out, it's like pouring out like a potion, like Snape just made a potion for like Lord Voldemort, right? And like all this smoke is pouring out of it, and then you drink like this smoked whiskey. It's the coolest shit ever. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because in just a few minutes, I grabbed myself a beer. That's going to be my chaser. But let me tell you something. I'm going to go get myself a rock glass, beautiful crystal rock glass, which is given to me by my dear elder Croatian neighbors. Beautiful people. Dude is the funniest thing ever. He's like retired Croatian guy. Him and his wife, awesome people. And he turned his garage into a bar. It's like no cars go in there. It's tiles. He's got like a 70-inch TV on the wall. He's got these dirty ass fucking like couches and like chairs and shit. He's got ashtrays everywhere, and all he does is just sit in there. It doesn't matter what time it is. If he's watching English Premier, because you got to understand, like here in Canada, we watch English Premier soccer, and a lot of the British that live here, dude, they're drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning because that's what time it starts here. 9 o'clock in the morning, he's got his garage door open. I can hear it because he lives across the street. I can hear the soccer, like the play-by-play already going on, right? And he's sitting there 9 o'clock in the morning pounding beers and just crushing cigarettes at like 9 in the morning. And if God forbid I step out of the house and he sees me, Anthony, get over here. Come. You bring beer. You need smoke. Like whatever. Like, dude, he's so fucking funny. Magnum, it's not a hipster drink, man. It's fucking cool. McLovin, you know what's really funny? when I read your comment right now, I thought it said, out of curiosity, how long are you planning on staying alive? I thought you said, how long are you planning on staying alive? And I'm like, the goal is quite a while. I mean, I read it at a glance, right? McLovin, I plan on staying live, not alive, live. I plan on staying live for, I don't know. I have no idea. Well, we'll see where the night goes, right? You'll see where it goes. No shit, Rock 88. He goes, I got pecan orchards, Mag. Thanks for liking pecans. Hey, man. You must be making a mint right now because I can tell you something. Those pecans are fucking expensive these days. Holy. But glad you got that. Oh, and Lady Gamer comes in. Lady Gamer. She goes, I do like double vodka and Coke sometimes. Sometimes. More like all the time. Let's go. Yeah, McLovin, I'm laughing about it now, but I wasn't laughing when I first read the comment. I'm like, what the fuck is he trying to say? What do you mean, how long do I plan on staying alive? I'm like, at least another 35 years, hopefully. Fuck, I don't know. Magnum, don't go spreading that around. But anyways. Okay, what were we talking about before that? What were we talking about? Mag is the Bob Ross of alcoholic beverages. Well, you know, normally I'm not. I'm actually a very simple person. Oh, we were talking about my Croatian neighbor. Sorry. That story's going to continue. I'm actually a very simple drinker, man. I'm usually just like straight beer, and that's all there is to it, and whatever. Scott Gamer, dude. Who's Z Birdman? Yeah. I know, man. What's Magnum gonna do? What do you think? I don't have people in Australia? My family grew up in Melbourne. They were in Melbourne for 21 years. We still have a house there. We literally still have a house there. You don't think I got people planted all over this planet in case somebody tries to fuck around? They want to find out? Magnum's right on the list. I even got kangaroos working for me. What is Magnum gonna do? He's in Australia. He's walking around. He's doing his thing. All of a sudden, kangaroo comes hop. All of a sudden, the hit comes in. That's it. That came from the mag. No fucking way. This might be the coolest thing I've ever read in my entire life, ladies and gentlemen. We've got somebody called Malakaus coming in. He says, Mag! Happy 1 year from Uganda. Holy shit, that's fucking amazing, dude. Let's go. He gets all the buttons. East Africa, dude, that fucking rocks, man. You know what? I'm going to put a little funk music for my dear brother out in Africa. Hey, shout out to Uganda. I know where Uganda is, dude. I know Uganda. I'm very well versed in geography, my friend. I know exactly where Uganda is. And actually, it's funny enough you mentioned that. My cousin actually goes to Africa usually once every couple of years. He goes there for all kinds of reasons. And I got to tell you, he has been begging me to come to Africa for his 50th birthday. And I got to tell you, he said it's the free, like he says, the shit you can do there, he said it's amazing. He's like, you can do whatever the hell you want, whenever you want. He goes, you want to smoke inside? Nobody gives a shit. You want to drink? You want to do this? You want to shoot a gun out in the wild? He goes, you could do whatever the hell you want. He goes, it's awesome. And let me tell you something. Just for my dear friend in Uganda, this is for you, buddy. Let's go. That's it. Woo! All right, that's for you, brother. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hey, and thank you for the congratulations, man. I appreciate you, brother. We got 78 Inc. What up from the motherland? There you go. You got brothers and sisters in this chat, buddy. We got people from all over the world over here right now. And you know what? That I got to tell you something. That humbles the shit out of me, okay? That humbles me to death. You know why? Because it's unbelievable that somehow this stupid idiot with a microphone can actually just reach like literally the most distant parts of the world. It blows my mind, man. It blows my mind. Now, Canada is an especially in Ontario, is an extremely multicultural society. We have everybody from every country all over the world here. We all live in harmony over here. Like, nobody really fucks around. Yeah, okay, some people, but it doesn't matter what you are. You're being an asshole is an asshole. It doesn't matter where you are or where you're from. But for the most part, we are one of the most multicultural cities on the planet. So we deal with everybody. You got people from Europe, all over Europe. You got people from Australia, Africa, United States, Canada. We have a huge Chinese population here, huge Italian population over here. This guy right here. We got a big Indian population over here, whatever, right? And we got all these people from all over the world. Whenever we go to new, jobs or whatever else, you basically get like a Benetton ad. Like every job you go into is a Benetton. Remember those Benetton ads when they had like all the different races of all the different like countries in the world? That's how like basically like working everywhere in Canada is, and everybody's cool with it. It's great. But that doesn't mean shit to me. Like when I'm talking about like with YouTube and stuff, like to be able to reach out to people in all these different countries from all over the world, it is so mind-bendingly awesome, man. It's so cool. It's like, it's wild that people would actually reach out and be like, hey, man, I love listening to you from fill in the blank. And I'm like, fuck, that's wild. So like when I tell my family and I'm like, hey, did you know that I had like 2 dudes from Saudi Arabia listen to my show? They're like, what? They're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, man, it's fucking nuts. I love it, man. It's awesome. And every single one of you guys are amazing. Lotus Esprit from Mexico. There we go. Grumpy Old Fart, Montreal. I know you're from there. Lady Gamer, I know you're from UK. Yes. Yes. Magnum is saying, Mag, is your house in Melbourne the one with neon lights saying Thai massage? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. And the funny thing is, when they see the sign Thai massage and they go inside and they find a bunch of Italian people in there, they're like, wait a minute, you're not Thai. It'd be like, sit down. You're already in here. You're getting a massage whether you like it or not. And of course, when Magnum goes there, it's all sweaty men that with no shirts on that massage him. So that's the way it goes. Hey, man, dude, I don't make the rules. Anyhow, I think now would be an appropriate time for me to go get this whiskey smoker thingy, mabobber. Okay, so let me go grab the Croatian thing. We'll talk about that in just a second. Let me go get this drink, and then we'll be right back, and we'll do it live in the air because Grumpy Old Fart and I were talking about it actually the other day. And I'm like, dude, this is a great idea. I'm going to make this drink live on the air. Now, I can't do everything that was in the drink because there was like orange and anise and all kinds of crazy shit. And I'm like, listen, man, I don't have a bar in front of me, okay? I just have a desk. So we're going to do the smoke drink on the rocks, but I'm going to make it like right here live on the air, and I think it'll be really kind of fun. So I'll be right back. Let me go get that for you, and then we're going to have that drink. All right, we're back. All right, we're back with some goodies here, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. We're back. Okay, so I got this fancy contraption over here. I'm going to show you all this here. And I was talking about it with Grumpy Old Fart. I'm like, dude, wouldn't this be great to do during the anniversary special? So what this is... Okay, buddy. Okay. So I wonder if he's still in the chat. Hold on, let's take a look. Hold on. MAGGCAST, check this out. Hey, Jeffrey, what's up? MAGGCAST, check this out. Speaking of Africa. Come here. Speaking of Africa. Oh, do you see that little head? Come here.
Oh!
There we go. Here's my little North African friend right here. Take a look at him. Take a look at that. Take a look at that magnificence. Okay, buddy, go. Now you get to stare at his ass. Yeah, pretty hilarious. He's a North African Sphinx. I know that they're bred in Canada, but their genes and their originalities from Egypt, essentially. So, Jeffrey, how you doing, buddy? Seth Monsters drops a $5 super chat. You don't have to do that, brother, but thank you so much, man. You've already been amazing. He goes, getting tired, so I might just crash. I just want to say happy anniversary and hope to contribute my energy to this community in any way I can in 2026. Dude, you are already doing that, man. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much for all your support, brother. Absolutely incredible. Jeffrey, welcome to the chat, buddy. Yeah, I know, eh? Grandpa Barbecue? No, I would love to. God damn it, I would love to, but you know I'm going to get busted. I just got off work. Nice. Like Leon Sphinx, yeah. Don't worry, I'll give you a treat later. He's been a good boy. And I have a female as well. Her name is Luna. And then I'm looking to get another Sphinx cat. But I want to name her something like North African. I thought it would be a cool name. I want to name her... how about this for a name? How about Natiti? Natiti is a North African name. I'm like, fuck, let's call her Natiti. That'd be great. But I don't know. I have to put it past my wife first. Okay, so here's the whiskey in the glass on the rocks. Now, I brought up my Croatian neighbors. Nice, Emperor Hound. Nice. Join me, my friend. Join me. So, anyways, this guy would call me over. I'd be drinking and smoking with this dude in the garage and watching soccer at like 9 o'clock in the morning. And all of a sudden, you know, I'm walking home at like, 1 in the afternoon. And I'm like, I'm already fucking half of the tank here because of this guy. But this guy would just drink and like all day. Like Croatians, man. They're just built different. You know what I mean? Anyways, one day his wife, God rest her soul, she passed. And she invited me in the house. She goes, hey, come in the house, come in the house. She used to come out and bring us snacks and shit, right? And she goes, come in the house, I have something for you. And I'm like, okay, what's up? And she goes, I have this for you. And she got me like this thing, and it was 4 of these pure crystal, vintage crystal rock glasses. And she goes, we got them for our wedding, and we've never used them. She goes, I've had these here for like 60 years or whatever, and she's like, we've never touched them. And she goes, they're brand new, they're vintage, and they're absolutely pure crystal. And I'm like, yo, what? And then she gave me those, those giant crystal decanters, the ones with like the tops where you can fill them with like whiskey or whatever, or like vodka. You just kind of keep them on the bar, and they're gorgeous and like just amazing. And she gave me all that stuff. So every time I have a drink, I always send a cheers out to her. And she passed away rather strangely, by the way. I'd like to point out she passed away watching TV on the couch. We just found her sitting on the couch the next day, and she was already gone. But anyways, I got that thing. But anyways, here we go. So we got this here. Now here is the smoker. Okay, you see this little disc? And in the top, if you look inside there, it's filled with pecan wood chips. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we turn this little bad boy on. Okay, it's on now. There's the green light. Now what we're gonna do is we got the old blowtorch, and we're gonna blowtorch the shit out of this thing. Look at that. See that? Okay, there it is. So now what this thing is gonna do is it's gonna keep smoking like that. You see that? How cool is that? Now watch the magic, folks. Whoa, smoked whiskey. Look at that. Woo! What am I talking about? Cheers. Oh, God, that was so good. Oh. How cool is that little device? What'd you think of that? So now, the whiskey that I'm drinking is now flavored like smoked pecan. The crazy thing is, you can even taste it in the ice. I just realized I wanted to shut the door of the studio I'm in, because if that smoke gets out there, there's a smoke detector right outside the fucking door. And can you imagine, like, it's like 1:45 in the morning and my children and my wife are sleeping because they got to get up early tomorrow. I mean, I got to get up early tomorrow too, but like we got to get up early tomorrow, and that fucking thing starts going off at like 1:00 in the morning. So I had to close the door. I'm like, well, let me go close the door before shit gets wild. Yeah, so Scott Gamer Dude, pretty cool, man. He goes, dude, I want one. Talos Ray, I am drinking a Canadian whiskey tonight. I'm drinking, it's made by Drake, like as in Drake the rapper. I mean, he doesn't make it himself, but like, you know what I mean? It's like his brand or whatever. I can't remember what it's called. It's over there. Beautiful bottle. But normally I am a Kentucky and Tennessee whiskey drinker only. Tennessee is my home away from home. I love Tennessee. I call it my southern home. I go every year to Tennessee. I love it. So yeah. So my wife had never been to Tennessee, and I'm like, honey, you got to go. Come on. And so I took her to Tennessee, and then she fell in love instantly. And she's like, I 100% also want to be a cowboy. And I'm like, yeah. Tennessee's a great fucking place, man. Love it there. And Kentucky too. Kentucky's a beautiful place too. But yeah, that's my home away from home. But anyways, yes. So I normally drink, like I said, Kentucky bourbon, Tennessee whiskey. Yeah. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. So yeah, I drink Tennessee whiskey, Kentucky bourbon. Normally, that's what I do like almost 100% of the time. But once in a while, I will try something a little different, and I have some of my my Drake whiskey, which is really nice, by the way. Fuzzy Tomato, you're probably not wrong. Or he actually got maybe he just bought into a company that's already been around for a long time. Who the hell knows? Oh, let me go get the bottle. You guys can judge for yourself. Okay, so apparently it's called Virginia Black American Whiskey, but it's owned by Drake. Here's the bottle right here. It's a beautiful bottle, as you can see. See that? Gorgeous bottle, beautiful shape, nice texture to it and everything else. Gold top, the whole 9 yards. Really nice. But anyways. But it says American whiskey on it, but I'm like, okay, so I guess it's not Canadian then. But whatever, man. Whatever makes money. McLovin, Canadian prices, they start at like $600 to $1,000, dude, for those cameras. They ain't fucking cheap, I'll tell you that. They are expensive. Hey, Scott Gamer Dude, you got it? Okay, so yeah. So it comes with, like, it comes in like a box. I don't know if whatever one you were looking at. It comes in a box, and it's got this thing on top, the smoker, right? And then you turn it on. Like that. There it is. It's on now. And then it has a suction thing, like a vacuum, and it just like sucks it down. And then while it's this sounds so like sexual. While it's sucking it down, then you light the old blowtorch here, and then you blowtorch the shit out of those chips, and then all the smoke from that gets sucked into the glass, right? As you saw when I did the little live presentation there. And the cool thing is that it doesn't come out of it, because this suction thing sits on the glass perfectly, and it basically like acts as a seal, and then it just goes in there. And then the thing is, you can make it as strong or as light as you like. You can make it even stronger if you want, and just leave it on there for an extended period of time, and it just soaks right into like whatever you're drinking, or even to the ice and all that kind of shit. So it's pretty cool, man. And then of course the other one is Big Lou, thank you for the clarification, brother. And anyways, what you could do with that is that inside the box that I have, there's like 12 different flavors, like little tins of like the little wood chips, and it has all these different flavors: cherry, pecan, walnuts, whatever, right? And there's like a million different, like 12 different flavors, and then you could do that, and then it, like I said, it absorbs and soaks into the drink itself. So it's pretty cool, man. What's the name of it? You're gonna make me go get it now? Now I'm gonna have to go get it. All right, I got it. It's called Yillador. Look. Smoke your cocktail. As suggestive as that sounds. Look at that. Step 1, sprinkle. Step 2, ignite. Step 3, soak. And that's what it's called. Velador, or whatever. Here, let me hold it upside right. Yillador. Yillador for cocktails. For smoking cocktails. There it is. And like I said, the cool thing is you could do it like all kinds of cool stuff. Like, you can also do, for example, like you could make like an old fashioned or a Manhattan or anything like that, and then you could do like a smoked Manhattan. Are you fucking kidding me? With like the orange in it, and then of course like the cherries, like the maraschino cherries, and then you smoke that shit, and then the smoke is like pouring out onto the table and stuff, and I'm like, yo. Yeah, Scott Gamer Dude, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Cyber Gunter, yes. It ain't cheap. Z Birdman, Chris Stapleton. Yeah, you knew the song. Tennessee Whiskey, man. Great song. Jeffrey, I'm not allegedly getting drunk on stream. I'm 100% getting drunk on stream. Sadie says, where did you get that, Mac? He goes, I need one. Check Amazon. Check Amazon. I'll check for you right now. What the hell is it called again? Let's take a look. Yillador, that's the one I was calling. Hold on, let me see. Dude, there's like a million kinds. You can like just go to like all kinds of them. Whiskey smoker kit with torch. They're all there. They're all there. Just type in. I know it's gonna sound like fairly suggestive, but type in cocktail smoker and they'll all show up. And they have all these different brands, and they come like in a box, and they have all the different chips, and it comes with the the blowtorch actually comes with it. So like this actually, you know what I mean? Like this actually comes with it as well. So You just, like, all that stuff. So you don't have to do anything. You just have to, like, just buy your own drink, and everything else comes in the box. And they're $60 Canadian, so probably about $40, $50 American. Magnum, knock it off. My Pride glass is for water only. CyberGunter, you posted the link where? Like in the chat? Gizmo, get off of there. The cat's starting to act like a goddamn nuisance now, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I know we would like, it's okay, Brandon, I'm out too, but hey, Mr. Grimm just showed up. He goes, you want a drink? Come down to New Orleans. Oh, dude, don't even start, man. I've been to New Orleans. My wife is dying to go to New Orleans. She's been a huge super fan of New Orleans since the Anne Rice like vampire novels. You know, the ones like Interview with the Vampire and like the Vampire Lestat and all that other stuff, right? And she's been obsessed with it, like, and she's also obsessed with witches, right? And voodoo and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that, by the way, she's a huge Assassin's Creed fan, and the fact that the new Assassin's Creed game is called the code name right now for it is Assassin's Creed Hex. Sorry, you see me move my hands? It's because my cat is trying to get my attention. Assassin's Creed Hex takes place in the South, and it's got to do with voodoo and witchcraft, right? So that's pretty cool. So, anyways, the point is, she's never been. And she loves the idea, she loves the lore of, like, New Orleans and all that kind of stuff, right? So she's, like, all in. So the fact that you're from there, dude, she'd be all over that. Jeffrey, I would love to come to Phoenix. Phoenix is a beautiful place, too. Yeah, Mag did say cock. Come here, buddy. You want to eat? Here. You want to eat? Here you go. It's his snack time, so he wants his snack, as you can see. You see, he puts his little paws around it because he doesn't want me to move it. There you go, buddy. There you go. There's your snack. All right? We're doing this. Hey, Grumpy Old Fart comes in and drops a $10 super chat. Thanks, you brother. He goes, almost forgot. MAGGCAST Extended Edition needs to be paid. Well, it doesn't really. I mean, I'm literally haven't spoken like, I've spoken very little about video games for the last like hour. We're just shooting the breeze, man. That's just what we're doing. No, I have not had Jefferson Ocean. Yeah, I'd be interested in that. Hey, Silent Reaper, what's going on, buddy? We stopped talking video games an hour and a half ago. We're just shooting the shit. Oh, someone asked me about, the kitty treats. Yeah, he loves it. Someone asked me about Doomsday. Yes. There are 2 more Doomsday trailers. I know that the next Doomsday trailer could be soon, or they may drop it at the Super Bowl. But 100%, the actual Doomsday trailer is going to be at the Super Bowl. And that's the one where they're actually going to show RDJ. Now, I found out some interesting information. I don't know if anybody's interested in knowing about it, but I had talked about it before, that I spoke to some people who actually like read the script before they even started shooting, and I found out a bunch of things, which of course I'm not going to spoil the movie, and I'm not going to spoil any plot points. But there is something interesting that actually kind of bothered me a little bit. I'm like, is anybody going to ever address the fact that he looks exactly like Tony Stark? Like, what the fuck? Like, the minute dude takes off his fucking mask, they'd be like, Tony? You know what I'm saying? Like, like that's a thing. And, get the fuck out of here, really? Emperor Hound is saying, Mag, Silent Reaver is my wife. She's not a dude. Emperor Hound, I apologize, but I mean Silent Reaper, I mean that sounds like a killer ninja. And Silent Reaper, I apologize. Bald cats are the best, by the way. No smell, no shedding, and no allergies. The best thing in the entire world. Sorry, Silent Reaper, it's not my fault. You know, your husband could have warned me like 10 minutes ago when you first came on the air. You hear that slap? Anyways, so the word is that there's going to be something about that. And I'm like, well, I would imagine so. Like, imagine Thor shows up, and here comes Doctor Doom. You know, he comes flying down. He's like, I'm going to do this and that. Oh, I'm going to destroy everybody. Oh, I'm going to kill all the X-Men or whatever the fuck he's going to do. And then all of a sudden he pulls his mask off. And then, like, Thor's going to be like, Tony? You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty fucking insane that they wouldn't address it. So in one way or another, it will be addressed either in this movie or in Secret Wars, but it will be addressed. Also, the other thing is that Doctor Doom is very well aware that he looks exactly like Tony Stark. So I thought that was pretty funny. Or sinister. Jeffrey's asking me, he goes, Mag, how do you get these sound effects on your streams? Oh, you mean like this one? There we go.
The meatloaf! Fuck! What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
You mean those sound effects? Well, you mean these ones? I love playing with these things. It's so much fun, man. Yeah. I got them all there. Listen, the way to do it, if you want to hit me up with all that kind of shit, is just like, I have it all on Streamlabs, and what I do is you put in hotkeys, right? So that what you do is you download the sound clips, like myinstance.com and shit like that or whatever. And you go and you get all those things, and you pick the ones you want, you get them all there, and then you put them on the hotkeys so that when I'm sitting here at the computer on my keyboard, I could just sit there and... So, Jeffrey, if you have any questions about it, just DM me, man. I'll be up for like another hour, but either way, I'm going to be signing off very shortly. Mr. Grimm, I think there's more to him than... I think they were more to him than they were just playing that. You know, Malachus, I was wondering the same thing, actually. It's like, but you know what the thing is? My wife games in one room, and I game in the other room, and we're online together. So, like, I could absolutely see them being in totally separate areas. Exactly, Silent Reaper. You got to help with them views. Am I right? Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. What are we talking about here? So, yeah, Jeffrey, hit me up in the DMs. Hit me up in the DMs and I'll tell you all about it. So anyways, yeah, as it stands, there's a reason why they picked RDJ for the role. It wasn't just because, well, we need RDJ because he's popular and this and that, and he's just going to play Doom and that's it. There's way more to it, and it's going to be explained in Secret Wars. However, the Doomsday situation is still going to be addressed in one form or another. Gizmo, get down. It's going to be addressed in one way or another as to why he looks exactly like Tony Stark. Scott Gamer Dude, I would agree with you normally, but he says it would be funny as a joke. Marvel does throw jokes in here and there. This will not be played as a joke. This will be played as something serious because it's going to be something that Doctor Doom is going to use to his advantage. In a nefarious way. So as a result of that, at first, maybe they might make a joke about it. They're going to be like, Tony? But it's not going to be a joke for very long. Because what Doctor Doom is going to do in this movie is going to be pretty fucking sinister. And I'll leave it at that. I will say nothing more. Scott Gamer Dude, I do not like the movies, no. I mean, I watch them because my wife watches them. She likes them, but, you know, it's basically like soap opera. Like, to me, the Resident Evil movies are like soap operas with zombies in them. Like, they're just fucking nonsense. I didn't like them. My wife loves them. Like, she owns all of the fucking Resident Evil movies with, like, Mila Jovovich and everything else. And she's all about it. And I'm just like, eh. Jeffrey, right now, I would say my favorite beers right now, Michelob Ultra and... I also drink Sleeman Clear 2.0. That's a Canadian beer, and it's a wonderful beer. And I would have to round that out with Stella Artois. However, on rare occasions, I have a soft spot for Sapporo, the Japanese beer. I also have a very soft spot for Red Stripe. The Jamaican beer, Red Stripe, I would put in my top 5 favorite beers. I love Red Stripe, Jamaican beer. And I'm a really big fan of Presidente. That's a beer from Dominican Republic, for anybody who knows. I have not tried Blue Moon, no. I will look into it. Yeah, Presidente from Dominican Republic. Red Stripe from Jamaica. Stella Artois from Belgium. Michelob Ultra from the United States of America. America! And then Sleeman Clear Point 2.0 from Canada are my favorite beers. That's what I would think. That's what I put in my favorite beers. So there's that. But anyways. All right, folks, listen. We're at the almost 4.5 hours here. And I know we stopped talking video games a while ago. And we're really just here for the celebration of the 1-year anniversary of this show. But Talos Ray, the weekend was like 3 days ago. What kind of pussy ass shit is that? He goes, I drank all weekend. I'm going to have a break. What?
Yeah!
You've had a break. Your break was Monday. That's good enough. Get back on the wagon, dude. What are you talking about? Magnum is saying, have you tried Foster's? Of course I've tried Foster's. Like I said, don't forget my family's from Melbourne. Not born there, but they live there for the majority of their existence. Oh, Sadie is saying, drink Blue Moon with a slice of orange in the glass. Oh, that's kind of like that Shock Top. You remember when Stella came out with that that orange flavored beer, and then you put a slice of orange in it as well, and it was called Shock Top. It was actually pretty cool. Grandpa Barbecue brews his own beer. The guy's a savage. He makes the best steaks in the world, and he brews his own beer. Bavaria is a wonderful beer, Emperor Hound. Yes, it is a great beer as well. Now, I don't put it in my top 5 because it's not something I would drink on a daily basis. I mean, not that I drink beer on a daily basis, but I'm saying if I were to, the ones that I mentioned would be the ones that would get like the Hall of Fame sort of, like I would drink those at, you know what I mean? I would drink those like regularly. I have no problem with that. Anything else, like I've tried many. And like, for example, I'm going to Munich. So like we're talking like one of the capitals of the world for beer. And so I'm going to be drinking all kinds of beer when I get there. You know what I mean? I'm going to be drinking beer. Well, actually, funny enough, the place that I'm in, I'm going to be at an Airbnb right in downtown Munich, and literally sharing my front yard, so to speak, literally touching fences with my front yard is a huge beer garden. Like, how hilarious is that? So, like, I'm going to be at this beer garden. Like, literally, when I walk out my front door, they're serving beer right there in, like, my front lawn. So I'm like, I'm going to be trying all kinds of cool, like, German beers and stuff, right? So I can't wait for that. And I've drank German beers before, but, like, we're going to be drinking, like, the fresh, no additives, like, straight out of the keg, like, with the tons of, like, with the head on it and all that kind of shit. It's going to be great, man. And we got 78 Inc. coming in, dropping a $2 super chat to round out the show. Thank you so much, my brother. And he says, congrats on the 1 year. Let's get 40 more. Fuck yeah, let's go. 40 more. Let's go. Just like Deadpool said, you're going to be doing this until you're 90. No choice, baby. But anyways, thank you so much, guys. And listen, everybody, thank you guys so much for all the support. And I know we've been drunk rambling for long enough tonight, and I know it was a lot of fun. It was great, and I hope you all like it at my expense, because either way, it was awesome. And the support I got tonight, the super chats, the gifted members, the memberships, even just the chitty chats of everybody out there just saying hi and congratulations. Absolutely amazing, heartwarming, and incredible from everybody. It has been something else, man. It's like something else I cannot believe. But, and we got Jeffrey coming in. I can't even leave. And he says, Meg gets a Blue Moon sponsored by these Chad. Here's for your Blue Moon on you, brother. Thank you so much, man. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. I appreciate you, brother. And Vikings fan comes in right when I'm saying goodbye. Dude, we're at the 4.5 hour mark, dude. We talked video games I talked video games for over 3 hours. I don't even think I took a breath. I was just absolutely on fire tonight. So it got to the point where I'm like, I need to chill the fuck out and get myself a drink, because I was I was a wild man tonight. So if you want to watch the replay and you want to watch me go off for 3 hours, 3+ hours, nonstop without even taking a breath about video games, Vikings fan, that's what you want to do, buddy. But anyways, everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you. And thank you for joining me in the 1-year anniversary celebration. And before you know it, you're going to blink twice, and it's already going to be at the 2-year anniversary celebration. So we will be right back here doing exactly what we're doing now. And I can't fucking wait, man. Yeah, balls to the wall, McLovin. Balls to the wall. And so, yes, everybody, thank you so much for all the support. And I hope to keep improving. I hope to keep getting better. And I really am trying my goddamn best to just keep putting out the best entertainment and the best information I possibly can out there, and just be as genuine as humanly possible, because I think that as a community, we all deserve to be genuine with each other and how we feel and about the video game hobby and our passion and everything else. So anyways, Satius, what do you mean Battlefield 6 tomorrow night? What's going on there? Well, hit me up with it. We'll talk about it. So anyways, okay, guys, everybody have yourself a great night. I love you all, man. From the bottom of my heart, I couldn't do this without you. And you guys are making my dream come true. And it really touches my heart, man. It really touches my heart. And it's amazing. So the love and support has been just so incredible, and I'm ever so grateful, and I always will be. And I could promise you this, whether I have 3,000 subs or 300,000 subs or 1 million subs, I will never change who I am. I will never change who we are, and we as a community will always stay strong and stay together. And everybody have yourself a great night. Stay magnificent. And we'll talk to y'all real soon. And remember, tomorrow morning, I will be putting up a poll, and I need your prediction dates for Fable. So whoever picks the date that's closest to the actual release date, the Mag Show channel, will buy you a copy of Fable on your platform of choice. So we'll talk to y'all soon. Anybody have any other further questions or any inquiries? Always feel free to DM me, man. You guys know where you can find me. I'm always accessible, and we all do this together. Have a great night. We'll talk to you all soon. Bye now.